morning, right next to Julian Dixon Library. We had over 140 volunteers, and cleaning the creek and the bike path makes it more enjoyable for cyclists and gets people out of their cars. And we are also working with schools on the west side to remove asphalt from the perimeter of their playgrounds and install plants and trees. So it helps cool the area for the children. And of course, we support clean air for all of us. So thank you.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right. We did not have closed session today, so we are going to go right to community announcements. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. I missed last meeting, so sorry to my colleagues. I wasn't feeling well. Wanted to thank Councilmember Puza. He went to Sicily and brought us back a little memento and keepsake, so thank you so much for the gifts. We had a couple of new businesses that I had the honor of attending their ribbon cutting. Anything Bun Cake, as well as K Bella Pizza. Both are extremely delicious. I encourage our community to go out and check them out. They're fabulous. For me to say an Italian place is good, means it's good. It's really, really nice. And also, I was able to join my colleagues today to a ribbon cutting of the new assessor's office. Jeffrey Prang opened up their new office last week, and they had the official ribbon cutting today, so it was a great event to attend. Other than that, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as Councilmember Vera said, I attended our sister city, Capo d'Orlando, and Sicily. The delegation will be providing a review of the trip at an upcoming meeting. On October 6th, the Parks and Recreation and Community Services will be hosting an ability. Just want to thank the 6 members of the strike team of the Culver City Fire Department who were deployed to the bridge fire in San Bernardino County. They returned on September 19th. They fought the fire, mopped up areas of damage, and conducted structure protection for 9 days. They all returned safe, and there were no injuries for the personnel. Last but not least, the Vendée Museum is going to have an upcoming exhibition, Counter Surveillance, Control, Privacy, and Agency, from October 13th to 19th. The exhibition explores historical and currently evolving aspects of surveillance and counter-surveillance, drawing from a diverse range of geographical and sociological contexts. From different countries ranging from China, Cuba, Germany, Hungary, Israel, Palestine, Romania, and the United Kingdom. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief as well. Just want to share and just amplify again. I know last council meeting, we did a proclamation for United versus Hate Week. This is the week. It is here finally. So really proud and grateful to our HR and equity staff that ensured that we had actual programming to offer locally in Culver City this year. So just please visit our community calendar. I think there are 3 events that the city is hosting, but also additionally, please visit LA County's LA versus Hate website because there's a ton of resources and events that are happening this week, but also expand beyond this week. So in the spirit of belonging to one another, I just wanted to amplify that. And also just lifting up, just sharing congrats on behalf of the city to our new LA City Council President, Marquise Harris Dawson, who became president of that council last Friday. So looking forward to his leadership in Los Angeles and again, continued partnership as we forge forward in the region. So we'll move forward from there. Are there any updates from committees or from staff? Thank you.
We
City
do
Clerk.
have an update from the BPAC, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and Jack Calenti.
Good evening. Hello. Oh, there it is. So we had our meeting this past Thursday, and we just had a few things that we'd like to inform you about. It's in line with the kiosk discussion that's going to be going forward, and these are just a few things that we have compiled that we thought it would be good for you guys to hear. One thing is the size and width of kiosks, possibly having a thinner / skinnier profile as they aren't obstructive to pedestrians as they are waiting at the curb. The importance of their use as informative wayfinding messaging and public information. Prioritizing public service, city-sponsored event announcements. Reducing visual distractions since distracting driving is a huge risk to pedestrians and bicyclists. Prioritization of locations at bus stops near the Culver City Metro Station, as well as places where people might not have easy access to smartphones. Recommendation that electronic kiosks are located away from crosswalks so as to not block the visibility of pedestrians. And lastly, use and function of the kiosk should be something that is different than something that is used by someone with a smartphone. Thank you so much.
And then I have just a very brief announcement. Birdie's back. So last Tuesday was National Registered to Vote Day, and I am wearing my elections official hat to let everyone know that if you want to receive a vote by mail ballot, you need to register by October 21st. That's a lot of time, but it goes quickly. We have our 11-day vote center that will be opening on October 26th. I know we're still in September, but trust me, it's going to come quickly. And it's right here in City Hall. And right now, we are recommending that you go to plan.lavote.gov so that you can make a plan to vote, because you have many different ways to vote, and Bertie says you should figure it out way in advance. I'll be making announcements on behalf of Bertie for the next several council meetings.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, Councilmember.
Do you have a time for when the City Hall vote center will be open?
The time frame?
Yeah.
On election day, it's 7 to 8, and I believe on the 10 days prior to election day, I think it's 10 to 7, but I'll double check and I'll
Okay.
get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that'll be posted on our website, culvercity.org/vote.
Okay, thank you so much. We're moving on to joint public comment. How many speakers do we have?
14.
Okay, so 2 minutes. And can we make sure to read the hate
Yes,
speech
of
comment?
course.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Excuse me for a second.
So we have a statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all people. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. And further, I also wanted to remind everyone that the council chambers are a limited public forum, and pursuant to City Council policy, campaign activity is prohibited during council meetings in council chambers. No person may advocate for or against a candidate or measure in a national, state, or local election. And with that, we will call our speakers.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call our first 10 speakers. We have Michael Copey, Ron Ostrin, Al the Zionist, Steve Siegel, Mariah Begg, David Metzler, Melissa Sanders, Jared Bailey, and Polly Stenberg. So our first speaker is Michael Copey. Not seeing them in chambers or on WebEx, we're going to go to our next speaker. Ron Ostrin with 1 minute seated. Not seeing them online or in council chambers. Our next speaker is Al the Zionist.
Good evening, council members. My name is Al, and I'm not just a Zionist, I'm a proud Zionist, because I believe that the Jewish people have a right to live in their homeland the same manner that any other people have a right to live in a homeland. Like the Japanese people have a right to live in Japan, the Korean people have a right to live in Korea, the Vietnamese people have a right to live in Vietnam. I'm here tonight to thank the city of Culver City for hosting the Nova Festival exhibition, which documents the second Holocaust that Hamas would like to perpetrate against the Jewish people, whose only crime is that they live in their homeland. At all the chatter that we are hearing from the racist pro-Hamas anti-Semites and their self-loathing Jews for Hamas comrades about an alleged genocide that Israel is committing is nothing short of a red herring designed to gaslight us from turning our attention away from the second Holocaust that Hamas is trying to perpetrate. And we saw a miniature demonstration of the second Holocaust in the Nova Music Festival massacre that the Hicks exhibition in Culver City documents. Calls for an immediate ceasefire in which Israel is supposed to cease firing, while Hamas is allowed to continue with their plans to perpetrate a second Holocaust against the Jewish people, which that type of ceasefire existed on October 6th of last year, is the purest form of racism and anti-Semitism, and I applaud the city of Culver City for standing up to the racist pro-Hamas anti-Semites and their self-loathing Jews for Hamas comrades. The self-loathing Jews for Hamas today are similar to the self-loathing Jews for Hitler in the 1930s, and the African American community has a fantastic word to describe this phenomenon. They are the Jews, they are the Jewish Uncle Toms. Thank you.
I think our next speaker is Steve Siegel.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. I'd like to start by saying something following up on what Mr. Erickson said last week or last meeting, discussing how many hours it takes to do this job. I want to thank him for his incredible service for 8 years in the face of some adversity and a lot of action that needed to be taken. Mainly what Joran does, in my opinion, is listen to the residents, and that's all I've personally ever asked. And he's done a fantastic job with that. What many people don't realize is that businessmen and people who run businesses for themselves, every hour they're not spending doing their business, they're losing money. Different than people who have jobs, still good service, of course, but it's just different. Speaking of listening to the residents, I still don't understand some of the people running for office that simply are not interested in listening to residents. I hear and I see the talk of defunding the police. I hear and see the talk of eliminating single-family housing. I hear and see the talk of building massively apartments and whatever they can possibly build. The faction of people doing this, again.
Excuse me, Mr. Siegel, we're going to pause your time. And I'm going to caution you that campaign activity is prohibited during council meetings and council chambers. No person may advocate for or against a candidate or measure in a national, state, or local election. Please go ahead.
Right, I didn't mention any people, so was that still on the borderline? I wouldn't know.
Yes, borderline.
The bottom line is, okay, well, I certainly won't mention any people, but I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I do believe it's the number one priority of the council to follow what the majority of residents would like. It's very simple, and it'll work out really well for Culver City if we can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Beg.
Hi, good evening. My name's Maria. I'm a Culver City resident. I've been coming to the council meetings for the past few weeks, few months, advocating and asking this council to agendize a ceasefire resolution. And it feels at this point that every week I muster the energy to come, and every week I leave so disappointed that I feel like everything that I have to say is ignored, and that everything that my community is here to say and advocate for is ignored. And I went back and I listened to the October 23rd meeting where you guys passed the last resolution, and there was so much talk about unifying Culver City, and that your resolution on October 23rd was a way to foster peace and create dialogue, and that even though we might not affect international change, it's important to the local community. And we have been here for weeks as a local community talking about how important a ceasefire resolution is to us. We are hurting, we are grieving, we are mourning the deaths of thousands and thousands of Palestinian people that are continuing to go ignored. And this council is continuing to ignore our pleas. And so again, I will be here and my community will be here, and we will be here every council meeting asking to agendize a ceasefire resolution, or at the very least, allow us to have a community forum, allow us to have this dialogue that this council so vigorously advocated for in October. Our community wants that too. And I can't help but feel as if only a certain population of the community in Culver City is heard, and the rest of us are ignored. Because I feel ignored, and I know that my community feels ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Metzler, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Council. I'm here for a couple of announcements for Bike Culver City. Bike Culver City received a grant from the Coalition for Clean Air, thanks to an application from our member Art Nomura. This Clean Air Day grant is sponsoring an art competition at the high school in partnership with students from the Green New Deal Club. There's also a Clean Air Day pledge, which anyone can take right now and get this swanky pin. You can go online to bit.ly/Clean Air Culver City. That's bit.ly/Clean Air Culver City to take the pledge. And we'll also have an October 5th morning ride to Stoneview Nature Center and finish up at the Art Walk and Roll Festival in the Arts District on that's also on October 5th. If you missed the web link, please look up Bike Culver City on our socials, on Facebook or on Instagram for details. And also this Wednesday, September 23rd at 7 p.m., we're hosting a candidate forum on mobility and transportation. It'll be a 1-hour moderated Q&A with all 7 of the candidates for City Council invited. We're hoping for a full house, and the public is welcome to join via Zoom and listen in. The URL for that is bit.ly/cc mobility. So it's bit.ly/cc mobility. So we hope to see you all there. And then I do have a quick graphic. Just before the meeting, we recognized Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Month. October is Walktober and Clean Air Day. And unfortunately, just hours before these proclamations, the city was actually removing pedestrian protections downtown. And all throughout downtown, there'll be more pedestrian vehicle conflict zones and more places for a driver to hit a pedestrian with longer crosswalks, sidewalks, and unfortunately, according to experts, more conflict zones means more injuries. So while I wish that an added lane would lessen my frustration driving downtown during peak times, but the experts say that one more lane won't fix this. There are better ideas out there, and I hope when this comes up before council again for a permanent fix, you'll listen to the experts and invite everyone to be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Jared Bailey. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Speaking of sidewalks, I actually wanted to get an update on the sidewalk, upgrade improvement projects that were supposed to be going forward with all the, problems and, lawsuits waiting to happen, sidewalks that we have. And I wasn't clear, maybe I missed it going through the changes for Move Culver City in the downtown area, but I'm still not seeing where the sidewalks will be accessible to those who have physical disabilities to be dropped off without having to go from the parking lot. So those people who are, mobile challenged for whatever reason, surgery, recoups, lugging around oxygen. So I wanted to double check that that's being considered in all these changes. And then I wanted to ask who enforces or what processes we have in place to enforce the 30-day maximum rule for short-term rentals in Culver City. That seems to be being violated by a lot of people, and it seems silly to have rules without enforcement. So that's my other question. And then the other thing, being a Culver City resident and someone who is technically Jewish, it is still really bothering me that places are celebrating October 7th. Freddie, I will really hope that at some point you denounce LMU for supporting something that says October 7th is the start of the genocide of Israel to Palestine. That is not what happened, and it's not what is happening. And those of you who are feeling ignored, you're not being ignored. We are waiting for there to be an acknowledgement of how this began, and that it is not a genocide, and that Hamas is responsible, and there's been no denouncing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jared Bailey, followed by Polly Stenberg. Jared, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here asking City Council to direct ERAC to host a community forum where we can discuss and heal the community and talk about agendizing a ceasefire resolution. Last week, we met with ERAC at the direction of Culver City City Council, and ERAC was receptive to hosting this event, but they need to be directed by City Council to host this event. So I'm here asking City Council to please direct ERAC to host this event, allow us to hear the concerns of the community on both sides, allow us to speak in a moderated public forum respectfully, and allow the community to be heard and help us make a decision on agendizing and passing a ceasefire resolution. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Polly Stenberg, followed by Mariah Fontaine. Polly, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Polly Stenberg. I am a proud Culver City Jew. I'm a mother. I have come to council 4 times now to speak on my deep, deep, deep desire to be unified with my fellow members of Culver City in calling for peace, in calling for an immediate and mutual permanent ceasefire that regards all members of the conflict, which is a genocide, to ceasefire, to lay down arms. And it's very clear every day that we need this community forum. In speaking in front of Iraq, it was so heartwarming and nourishing to see that each and every member understood the urgency and need for this community forum. And within that forum, we can create space to talk about the desire of the community for an immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire resolution. We need the council. We need you, Vice Mayor O'Brien, your incredible leadership, Councilmember Vera, and Councilmember Gorin. We need the 3 of you to please refer this to Iraq so that they can help the community heal in the way that we need to. We need to be able to talk about these very important things. The suffering and pain of our community is very real. And again, I am a proud Jew, and I stand hand in hand with my Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, Black, white, Asian, Latino, Christian community members. We are an intersectional coalition, a proud community standing together. That is solidarity, that is unity, and that is what we need. So please refer this to Iraq. They have the absolute personnel and diversity to handle this issue with care and to allow our community to move forward boldly in the name of peace. And we need this so desperately. We need this soon. They acknowledge, the members of Iraq, that this is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speakers are Mariah Fontaine, Gary Zeiss, Scott Stevens, Richard Burns, Rick Tuttle, and Nicholas Connor.
Thank you. My name is Mariah Fontaine, and I'm a resident teacher at Culver City, and I'm here again to ask for what my fellow community members have asked for, a ceasefire resolution. I also spoke at last Monday's ERAC meeting, as suggested by Vice Mayor O'Brien, seconded by Councilmember Erickson, asking for a community discussion to collaboratively work towards a ceasefire resolution in Palestine-Israel. ERAC members unanimously agreed that a moderated community discussion addressing a resolution is necessary towards healing and reconciliation for our community, especially those who have felt ignored since Council's October 23rd resolution. Among those members were a colleague of mine and a student of mine currently. However, city staff said that Iraq needs specific direction from Council in order to proceed, so I'm here to ask that Council do that, to initiate a community forum to include a potential ceasefire resolution discussion as soon as possible. Iraq has agendized a discussion item for October 22nd at 9 p.m. after their planned event from 6 to 9 that evening, and would only need Council's directive to go ahead and plan a forum for November. The Palestinian community, Arab Muslim communities, supporters, many of whom are Jewish, are asking to be represented in a resolution for a permanent and mutual ceasefire. While Council remains silent, the conflict has now escalated into Lebanon, and hundreds more civilians have been killed. This weekend, the world witnessed a video of an unborn fetus expelled from its mother's womb with umbilical cord attached in yet another bombing of civilians seeking safety and shelter. These abominations need to stop, and I ask my elected officials to use their power and resources to stand with your constituents in deep suffering because of these unnecessary and unjust deaths happening before our eyes and with our taxpayer monies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary Zeiss. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Scott Stevens.
Hello, I'm Scott Stevens. My request is going to be a lot smaller scale than some of the other speakers we've been hearing from. I would like to request that the City Council agendize a request for an off-cycle city sponsorship for an event called the Hero Fair, which is a great resource to our community. The Hero Fair is a free-to-the-public event hosted by the Hero Workshop. We're a nonprofit here in Culver City that organizes and runs games for kids as an after-school program and provides a safe third space at our community center on Overland and Farragut. So that's it. I'm hoping that we can talk about this at the next City Council meeting.
How are you looking for financial support?
I am looking for a sponsorship from the city, yeah, financial.
Okay, so the minimum sponsorship?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else I need to do? Right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Burns, followed by Rick Tuttle.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Richard Burns. I'm here and I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We stand in strong support of LA County Measure A. This measure is crucial for addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our community. By supporting this initiative, we can create better opportunities for housing the homeless, expanding mental health service, and addressing veterans' addiction treatments. Furthermore, Measure A will provide much-needed support for affordable homeownership, offering working families a chance to secure stable housing. We believe this initiative is a meaningful step towards building a stronger, healthier community, which we urge the council to endorse. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rick Tuttle, followed by Nicholas Connor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members. Good to see you again. I came here for one agenda item. If time permits, I may add two others briefly. They're all non-agenda items. I have a hearing problem. I have hearing aids, very high-end hearing aids. And I get maybe 18, 20% of what's said at the dais. And that's across the board. And as the members of the audience were speaking, I got a little of the idea. But I couldn't hear much of it. My suggestion, also take a look at the room. Everyone at the table, everyone here and the leadership here, we look around, this person, this person, this person, and this person, very active in the community, they're not here. They may be watching at home, or they're not coming to meetings. One reason it's difficult, as you get older, you tend to lose some hearing. Not everyone, and it differentiates. But it's hard because they cannot hear. We all know that one of the challenges in diagnosing dementia, early dementia, is hard to hear what's being said. And sociable people kind of fake it like you do at a cocktail party. To cut to the chase, printout of what's being said. It may take another screen. I have a feeling it's quite affordable. And I invite you to give it some thought and invite you to make inquiries as to others. I also want to acknowledge 9/11 and the courage, if there's anything we need, the courage of our police officers and firefighters who went into that building and up those stairs, looking up and knowing what might happen. I want to acknowledge that and the bravery of our police and fire who serve us here in Culver City and in this greater area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Tuttle, just so you're aware, we do have assistive listening devices, and that's for everyone in the, who's watching here in the audience or listening at home. If you need some additional help, you can come to my desk and we can get you an assisted listening device. And we also have a hearing loop for anyone who has cochlear implants.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Connor, and we're going to circle back to Michael Copey, who's now present.
Good evening, council members, and thank you again for your time. My name is Nicholas Connor. I'm a 20-plus year resident, homeowner, business owner, and I help operate Jackson Market for people in our community that don't know. I've shared this with you before, but I just want to reiterate, maybe I want to clarify for some of my community members that think that we don't support them. When we ask for a ceasefire, we're only asking for an end to violence from all parties. And when we ask for a mutual ceasefire, that's what that means. It doesn't mean only from Israel. It means absolutely from Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran or anybody. We don't support violence, and that's what this is about. We don't like the idea that our country is providing weapons and resources and actually profiting off of the sale of these weapons that are ending up killing these kids everywhere. We see it expanding. I see it affecting my neighbors, my community members, my employees. I have employees that are Palestinian American. They're afraid to share that because they're afraid of the backlash, and I'm proud that we can put our face out there for them. But, you know, the backlash that we've received from a few members has been really ugly, and it's really loud. But it's also really small because, as I mentioned before, our business continues to grow. We're receiving so much positive affirmation from our community. And I have to tell you, I know we have a lot of Jewish community members. I didn't realize how many, because a lot of them have came and told me after we've been doing this, and they've come to tell me that they support me. And they come to tell me not to be afraid. And it's not as simple as some people want to make it out, but there's no one in our community that means any harm to anyone when we ask for a ceasefire. We need you guys to hear it. And if you don't let us say even that, if I'm going to be called anti-Semitic or say that I want to kill the Jews because I say that, then you're redefining it that way and you're not leaving room for rational people like me.
And our final speaker is Michael Copey with 1 minute seated.
I apologize for being late. I didn't realize you were going to get into it so earlier this evening. I saw Mr. Erickson on the street the other day. I asked if he'd heard back from Ms. Stadnicki, and of course he hadn't. And he advised me to not be so hard on staff. I thought I'd provide you with the transcript of another colloquy I had with Mr. Evangelo, which started a few days before his admonition. And you'll see that I'm actually quite deferential to the point of obsequiousness when I start with these people, because you have to be. You figure they're professionals, they're going to do the best job they're doing, and they have integrity, and that's the way I always start. So I brought in copies of that entire colloquy, one copy for each of y'all. You can throw it away, you can keep it if you want, and one for the city clerk. Okay, so there's 6 of them here. What I was addressing to Mr. Evangelo, though, was I wanted to point to him and ask him what evidence he had that the 3 community meetings thing should have been cut back, because that was a major thing that they proposed. So I started off asking him, were there any reports, any studies, any stack of anecdotal evidence that shows that over 17 years, the community meetings, the 3 community meetings have been deleterious, have been pernicious? And he answered back with some explanation of what his thinking was, and et cetera, and it finally got to the point I asked him, it was several emails and very courteous. I said, can you, and I'm going to read this to you, I've got a minute and a half to go here. In the 17 plus, so let me just sum up here, Mr. Evangelo. In the 17 plus years that Culver City has had 3 community meetings program, and the surely hundreds of projects that have been approved and built in that time, you have no information whatsoever, or even anecdotal hearsay rumor of even one proposed development that was relocated to another city to those requirements. Even one developer who refused to build in Culver City due to those requirements. Even one project that was delayed, halted mid-construction, rescheduled, or stopped mid-application due to those requirements. Number 4, even one example of this Culver City Planning Department being incapable of managing those requirements and in successfully assisting developers in complying with them. Correct the above. He didn't answer it first, so I followed up, because you always have to follow up. In fact, I'll be following up tomorrow with a courteous email to Ms. Stadnicki. Maybe her grandmother got ran over by a car or something last week. You have to follow up and give people courtesy. And he responded, no, he has no evidence of any of that. Okay? I'm going to come back in a couple of weeks with something that's much more pertinent, much more critical, and I hope that y'all will address, because I think it really undermines proper democratic governance. And I thank you for your time. 6 seconds left, and I'll leave these for y'all.
Thank you. That was our final speaker. And I just want to provide a friendly reminder for anyone that signed up after this item began. Your name will be called during the second portion of items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Right, thanks so much. Can we have a motion for the receipt and filing of the correspondence received by today's deadline?
I'm sorry, can we get the motion and the second one more time? Okay, I'm going to try this one different way. Okay. Okay, this isn't working, so can I get a motion, a verbal motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Councilmember Erickson to receive and file correspondence. Please vote. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I'll take the order of agenda as it's stated. Moving on to consent. Any items to pull? Actually, do we have any comments, City Clerk?
We have comments for C8, just one.
Items to pull, Councilmember Vera.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Orion.
No, Mayor.
Okay. I know we have a lot on the calendar, or on the agenda, but I'd like to I have a couple questions about C3, 6, 7. There's a public comment on 8 and 10 and 11. Thanks. Hello, Chief. Do you have a brief staff report from this item?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Sims, Chief of Police. And this item is requesting approval to extend an existing contract for 1 year, so through August 31st of 2025 with Comline Incorporated to support the maintenance and service of our existing in-car cameras and body-worn camera system. Later this evening, I will be presenting a proposal to upgrade our in-car and body-worn camera systems That process is going to take at least 6 months to complete, if not more. This contract is expiring at the end of this month, and so the extension is necessary to get us through that transition period. The funding for this one-year extension was approved through the 2024-25 budget process. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you reviewing that briefly. Are there any issues with the current cameras?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our current cameras are end of life. They're not made anymore, so we're unable to get replacement cameras and or parts, which is why we are looking to upgrade our system, our entire in-car and body-worn camera system, all of the cameras. And the maintenance of the cameras that we currently have, as I said, is performed through this contract, and it will be necessary to maintain those cameras, our current cameras, as we transition to a new body-worn and in-car camera system.
Okay. So this company still exists, but our cameras from this company are not functioning well, but we will be having an extension for a year.
This company we contract with solely to maintain our camera system. They don't manufacture the cameras. The cameras are manufactured through Panasonic. The Comline is a company that we contract with, again, to maintain our cameras, if that answers your question.
Okay. And in theory, just hypothetically, would they not be able to maintain the cameras? Like, do you foresee that there would be any issues over the next, I guess you said 6 months, in terms of them being able to maintain them, or are they end of life but good enough for the next 6 months?
Their end of life, thank you, Mayor, good question. Their end of life, good enough for the next 6 months, so long as, we replace them around that time. Because again, if we have one of those cameras go down, there's no replacing it. And so the important thing is that we have a plan to replace these cameras, but in the meantime, we need Comline to maintain the current body-worn and in-car cameras that we have.
Thank you. Thank you for answering those questions. Can we move to C6?
Sorry, Mayor, C6?
7. Thought I pulled C6. Did I not? I had it listed. So
C6?
Yeah.
Okay,
C6. We'll just take them in order.
Okay,
So I pulled 3, 6, 7, 8. There was a comment, 10, and 11.
Good evening, Mayor and
Evening.
council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. Would you like a staff report, or do you have questions?
Super brief, just.
Yeah, sure. We currently have 6 Westfield Mall parking lot near Macy's. And the reason we're doing that is because sewer pump stations tend to be very expensive to maintain and operate. So the fewer, the better. So we found a way to get around this particular pump station and connect the sewer lines at a much deeper depth, 30 feet below ground, to get to the next sewer pump station downstream, located at the Bankfield pump station. And we have enough money in the enterprise fund for this project. We went ahead and hired a reputable company by the name of GHD to design the project. The diversion pipelines will be constructed from the Fox Hills Sewer Pump Station to the newly constructed Bankfield Pump Station. The proposed diversion pipeline begins at the current one and continues within the Westfield Mall parking lot towards Sepulveda Boulevard and Bankfield intersection. And then it runs along Bankfield Avenue towards the new Bankfield Sewer Pump Station. The new sewer pipeline will be about 30 feet deep, as I mentioned earlier, and it will require a lot of micro tunneling under the ground to avoid open excavation, because we want to minimize disruption to traffic circulation and to businesses in the area. And we believe, with your approval tonight, we believe we can go out to construction in spring 2025 and be done in October 2025. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. My main question on this one was just what the impacts to the community would look like in that area.
We typically send out plenty of notices well in advance, at least a month in advance, to let everybody know that this is coming. And then we send out a second notice 3 days before any construction begins. And we typically don't turn off the existing pump station until the new lines are fully constructed and operational. So in other words, nobody will notice any disruption to the sewer service whatsoever.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Can I have a quick staff report on C7?
Dana, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you
great. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, greetings, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City Manager. Consent item C7 tonight seeks council approval for an amended contract with Aon Risk Insurance Services West. Aon is a globally recognized firm that assists organizations manage their risk in human capital. They have extensive experience across all segments of the public sector, and they partner with the city to identify, quantify, and manage our risk exposures. The city is self-insured, and Aon is contracted to provide insurance brokerage services, assisting with the purchase of various lines of insurance. The insurance premiums are renewed at the beginning of each year. For fiscal year 2024-2025, we saw an overall increase of 11%, approximately 427,000 more than the previous year. Annual increases are expected as the market experiences changes. I am available to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for the brief staff report, Director Anderson. Just briefly, I know, insurance is a wild ride in the state right now. I was curious if you had thoughts whether we should expect that they will, that this will continue to trend upwards for the same level of coverage. Is this typical? I know you haven't been with us that long, but if you just had any comments about that.
So yes, unfortunately, the trends that we see, even looking at the past couple years, the trends have been increasing across all agencies. 11% overall is pretty modest. There have been some that have been a lot worse. Our current broker did a great job in negotiating our annual renewal. But to answer your question directly, yes. Just trends overall, just insurance, the cost of things have actually been increasing. And some of the lines of insurance that we have increased the overall percentage because of higher interests in certain areas just for overall agencies. But overall, this is a good renewal. And the overall 11% is not, it's not a bad increase for the city, just in alignment with other agencies.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We can move to C8. And maybe we can take the comment from the person, or if you're ready for a brief staff report, if we're not ready to call them.
Our speaker for this item is Ron Ostrin. However, I don't see him online.
If you want to do a really quick staff
Sure,
report.
I'm happy to do a quick report. This is a request from council for the approval to appoint artist Sonia Romero to be the artist selected for the art component of the Farragut Connector project that is nearing completion. This is for a tile mural, and also to go into contract with Ms. Romero. The process was one where we had 11 artists submit qualifications and 3 finalists. And we had 2 local members and an art specialist review the finalists. And Ms. Romero was selected for her unique and solid connection to the community in the proposal. And that's it, if you have any questions.
I have a question.
Thank you. Oh, you do, okay.
I got a question. Where in the SNCC will it go?
It goes closer to, we walked through about 2 weeks ago, and it's off, if you're going off of Jasmine, walking through that entrance off to the right, it'll be closer to the entrance there, if that makes sense. And across from the newly constructed fence work that's on the other side.
Is it going on? I know
On the wall.
There's a wall there. Okay. Not on the wood fence side.
Not on the wood
the
fence,
opposite
across
side.
from, exactly, across from the wood
Okay.
fence.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a brief staff report on C10?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Sims, Chief of Police. I'm here with Captain Luis Martinez, who will provide us a summary of our staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. I'm Captain Luis Martinez with the Special Operations Bureau, and I'm here to present a recommendation for the approval of an amendment to the existing agreement with Vital Medical Services. The agreement provides in-house medical service provisions for arrestees in addition to managing the department's Narcan program in an additional amount not to exceed $715,000. On November 17, 2015, the City Council entered into a medical services agreement with Vital Medical Services for in-house medical services for CCPD arrestees and inmates. Medical services covered under the agreement include the following: pre-booking medical clearances provided to arrestees, blood draws taken from persons arrested for driving under the influence, the testing of arrestees and employees for communicable diseases, and the oversight and management of the department's Narcan program. On July 13, 2020, the city entered into a 5-year medical services agreement with Vital Medical Services for the aforementioned in-house medical services for CCPD arrestees in the amount not to exceed $525,000. Next slide, please. The Culver City Police Department is required to provide medical services to arrestees known to have or who are declaring medical issues or injuries after booking and housing in the CCPD jail. Additionally, the department routinely requires medical services in the form of blood draws for those arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol and/or drugs. Arrestees requiring pre-booking medical clearance, medical care, or blood draws can be transported by police officers to local hospitals. The cost of the hospital emergency room visit is borne by the department. Arrestees may also require follow-up medical treatments for wound care or dispersal of medicine. These activities require additional police transports. Transporting arrestees to medical facilities places a burden on the department's patrol personnel and takes away valuable time from responding to the community's public safety needs. Under the agreement, all medical services are administered by experienced licensed medical personnel under the supervision of a licensed emergency care physician. Vital Medical Services is also committed by the agreement to provide medically certified personnel on an on-call basis, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The service provided by Vital Medical Service has been reliable and exemplary over the last 9 years. It should be noted that the average cost of a hospital emergency room visit has increased over the years. For example, the cost of an emergency room visit to Southern California Hospital was previously $1,008 to $2,705 per visit, depending on the services provided. Since 2020, that cost has increased to approximately $1,776 to $6,574 per visit, depending on the medical services rendered. Moreover, transporting and supervising these arrestees to and from the medical facilities by police personnel is costly. It is not uncommon for our officers to spend hours with an arrestee in an emergency room waiting for booking clearance, which ultimately takes away valuable time from the police personnel in responding to the community's public safety needs. On the other hand, Vital Medical Services rate for a pre-booking medical clearance examination was previously $542 per arrestee. That cost is now $612 per arrestee. Additionally, a blood draw was previously $210 per draw. That cost is now $236 per incident. Next slide, please. Based on the usage and analysis, it is evident that there is a financial savings of using Vital Medical Services as opposed to a hospital emergency room visit. Moreover, staff estimates that the use of Vital Medical Services saves patrol officers approximately 600 hours of field time on an annual basis, directly resulting in a positive impact on the department's ability to respond to calls for service in the field, as well as addressing overtime expenditures. Next, thank you. Based on the in-house medical service usage, the final year of the 5-year contract requires an increased contract amount of $190,000. The projected increased contract cost is $190,000 for a total agreement not to exceed $715,000. The City Council adopted budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 includes $190,000 for the agreement amendment for in-house medical service provisions for arrestees. Last slide, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity this evening. Make yourself available for any questions you may have.
Thank you for taking the time to put together these slides. Do we know how many folks are jailed annually, typically for our department?
I don't have that information at this time.
Okay. Do you know what went into calculate the 600 hours of time total for the annual basis?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. What we did was we looked at the number of requests for Vital Medical Services from 2020, July 1st of 2020 to June 30th of 2024. We received approximately 706 requests for services from Vital. We approximate that officers spend approximately 3 to 4 hours with arrestees when they take them to a hospital, and that's where we came up with an average number of about 600 hours per year.
And just to make sure I have it right for my notes, you said from July 2020 to July 2024 was the time frame that you were examining? And you examined just the calls for medical care, and you accounted for those hours to get the average for 600 annually?
Yes, Mayor.
So do we know how many needed the medical care on average?
And Mayor, while we're looking for that information, just to answer your previous question, in 2023, we arrested and booked in our jail 1,081 people.
And that's over the calendar year.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, do we know what the average stay is? Does it depend? Do we have an average that we can point to?
I don't have an average, Mayor, but the maximum time that we can keep somebody in our jail is 72 hours. And that might vary depending upon holidays and such, but 72 hours is our maximum time.
That's helpful. And while we're looking for that, if there's additional information about the number of folks that contributed to the 600 hours of time, if we don't have it, that's okay, just love to know it in the future. Is there any evaluation on the quality of service of this service provider? Are there evaluations, or is there just any comparative in terms of how folks are being treated, the quality of care that would be similar in like a hospital or something, like a standard of care?
Thank you for the questions, Mayor. 706 requests were made of vital. 14 were canceled response, so that would be 692 that required medical services since July of 2020 to June 30th of 2024.
And medical services are anything from Narcan, blood draws, and what else does that encompass?
Good question, Mayor. That includes medical clearance, as well as services such as blood draw, warrant blood draws, in the field blood draws, infectious disease exposure. And that's it.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. And I was, well, I'm just gonna offer this or just ask. I know that a lot of our school sites are offering Narcan, and I do think that CCUSD also has Narcan available at our school sites. Do we know comparative, and again, this is not apples to apples, I'm aware of that, but do we know sort of what that program looks like, just because I just saw it listed here as an offering? So I was just curious if the department had awareness of other community programs that were also administering, and school site programs that were administering Narcan as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't, but what I will say is that this contract is actually up at the end of this current fiscal year. And so we are going to be going out for proposals at that time. And that certainly will be an opportunity for us to make all those comparisons related to service levels and what different vendors are offering at this time. When we adopted our Narcan program, it was a relatively new thing. So it will be interesting to see, you know, what's being offered nowadays related to what we adopted several years ago.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. But just to get back, were there ever any, this is dovetailing again to the quality of service question, have there been any complaints over the past year since we've been in contract with this provider that we know of?
No, the vital medical services over the last 9 years, their service has been relatively reliable, quality service. Their nurses are pretty punctual when we call them for service, so no issues.
Thank you for providing that clarity. Those are my questions. So just to round us out, I'd love to have a quick staff report on C11. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor McMorran, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and council members. This is Diana Chang, Chief Transportation Officer. I'm joined online by Tamar Fuhrer, Deputy Transportation Officer, Allison Cohen, Fleet Services Manager, and Nikki Rinaldi Alabid, Senior Managing Consultant from the Center for Transportation and the Environment. The ICT Rollout Plan is our blueprint for moving to a fully zero-emission transit fleet by 2040, which is a federal goal. The plan is also part of, actually, you don't have to show this presentation.
Oh, there's nothing up for us, so we're just listening.
Okay, so the plan is also part of state regulatory compliance with the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, in procuring some zero-emission buses, or ZEBs, through 2028, and purchasing all new fleet as ZEBs beginning in 2029. We're here tonight to recommend the City Council to approve a resolution adopting our updated ICT rollout plan to meet the compliance requirements set by CARB. Please note that the rollout plan is a living document, and we plan to update it as technology evolves and as we test the zero emissions fueling sources. This is a field with a lot of emerging technologies, and while the rollout plan is based on a robust evaluation of infrastructure, risk, technological innovations, needs, and funding availability, we're also able to remain agile in our implementation, provided we stay consistent with legislative requirements. This concludes my brief staff report. We're happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have regarding the plan.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. But you addressed it in your staff report. I had questions about how we were going to be making assessments and reevaluating, but you mentioned that as technology changes, we will continue to reevaluate and update. So thank you for your work and making sure that we meet all of our goals. Oh, the Vice Mayor now has a question.
Since we got you, I really enjoyed the report, Director Chang. Thank you. A couple questions. I saw that we're going to be increasing our fleet size considerably, and I'm wondering, is that because, reading it, it's, the way I understand it is that there would be sufficient power or energy in the buses to keep them running for a block, which is the time in which their service is supposed to run, but we're increasing our fleet, I can't remember the numbers, but from like 53 to 170 or so by 2040. Is that because of projected demand increase, or is that to protect ourselves for, downtime when buses are charging, or a combination of both?
Vice Mayor, the main reason is because we are trying to align the service level to the 2045 general plan projected growth. And so we are anticipating there's going to be and this is over the next 20 years. And we're projecting that we will have a lot of demand, increasing demand for transit services in that 20-year horizon.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then what's a cutaway? Is that a type of bus?
It's, but the simple explanation is, if you remember our dial-a-ride vehicle, and that's the dial-a-ride is considered a cutaway vehicle.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then I saw that there's a projected increase in maintenance costs over time. Is that due to the increase in the size of the fleet, or is that because I always thought that internal combustion engines were higher maintenance than electric?
This has more to do with the fact that we're increasing the fleet size a lot more.
Okay, great. And then the last question I have, multi-pronged. In the report, it says we're going to need to acquire some new land to accommodate our tripled in size bus fleet and all the charging stations. This isn't necessarily a direction, but I think it would be a good idea if we considered putting that near one of our freeways and also use that land as maybe a park and ride so that we can get commuting workers onto our buses, parked near the freeway, and and into our city. I know it's not official direction, but that's an idea that I'd like to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion for consent items?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, we're moving to our public hearing. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavit for publishing a legal notice?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Puza. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Eden Robertson. I'm a lieutenant with the Culver City Police Department, and I'm accompanied by the Assistant Chief, Troy Dunlap. I'm the current manager of the Automated Traffic Enforcement Program. In between 2017 and 2020, I was assigned to the Red Light Program as the sergeant, approving red light violation citations and representing the city in court trial proceedings. Tonight, we would like to request that the City Council to approve a 5-year agreement with Vera Mobility to provide automated red light camera equipment and services to the Police Department and the City of Culver City. Next slide, please. Staff is making this request based on the request for proposal in RFP, excuse me, that was published on Planet Bids on June 6, 2024. Staff received 2 proposals, one from Vera Mobility and the other from Genoptic. Next slide, please. After a thorough review of both proposals for the RFP committee, staff determined Vera Mobility would best meet the needs of the city's automated traffic enforcement program based on the quality of equipment, minimal to no impact on traffic flow due to the installation of new equipment or upgrades to the system, as well as the fact that Vera Mobility provided the lowest bid. Staff would also like to add and ensure to the council that Vera Mobility does not share any data that they collect on the city's behalf with any local, state, or federal law enforcement agency, more specifically ICE. Next slide, please. The Police Department Automated Traffic Enforcement Program, commonly known as the Red Light Camera Program, began in 1998 in accordance with the California Vehicle Code 21455.5 with the fundamental vision of the program to demonstrate a commitment to improve traffic safety with an assured high degree of effectiveness. Currently, there are 20 directions of travel across 12 major intersections that are photo enforced to increase safety for the city's vehicular, bicycling, and pedestrian traffic. Next slide, please. Culver City, like other West Side cities, has experienced rapid and significant increases in the number of vehicles that travel its streets since the COVID pandemic in 2020. Since 2017, Culver City has seen a significant 33.7% increase in potential red light violations, jumping from just over 93,000 to nearly 125,000. In contrast, the issuance of red light citations has decreased 12.6%. This estimated traffic volume is data cumulatively collected from all 20 photo enforced approaches monitored by the Automated Traffic Enforcement Program. The resulting traffic volume-induced congestion has highlighted the ongoing need to maintain efforts to help avert red light runners and potentially prevent traffic collisions. CCPD staff believes the automated traffic enforcement has been and currently remains successful in reducing the number of drivers running red lights and is a major factor in reducing accidents associated with red light violations. The benefit received by the community is rooted mostly in the prevention and reduction of injury-related collisions. The 9 photo-enforced intersections that were operable prior to 2017 have not experienced a significant increase in red light-related traffic collisions. In fact, they've remained steadfast with a combined annual total of 4 or less collisions caused by red light violations. Next slide, please. The 3 newest photo-enforced intersections were installed in March of 2017 and include intersections along Washington Boulevard and National Boulevard, Overland Avenue, and Sepulveda Boulevard. These intersections, since becoming equipped, have experienced a decrease in red light-related traffic collisions. The years prior to these intersections becoming photo-enforced, the Washington Overland intersection had 2 accidents that were red light-related. The Washington Sepulveda intersection had 3, and the Washington National intersection tallied 0. In the last 7+ years since becoming operational, Washington Overland Avenue has experienced 3 red light-related collisions, and each the Washington Sepulveda and Washington National intersections have experienced 1 collision caused by a red light violation. That is less than 1 collision per year between all 3 intersections. In conclusion, based on the data, it would be beneficial for the Culver City community to continue to utilize photo enforcement equipment to enforce traffic safety, deter motorists from running red lights, decrease traffic collisions, and maintain vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian safety at and around these intersections. With that respect, staff is requesting the City Council approve a 5-year agreement with Vera Mobility for continued services. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from colleagues at this time? Open the public hearing. Councilmember Fuza.
Just one question. Thank you for all that information. It was very helpful. Do you know generally how much revenue that the red light cameras, the tickets bring in on an annual basis?
Thank you for the question. The program, about 1.5 million net revenue to the city. So that actually pays for the 3 full-time positions, the contract with Vera that we previously had. So then it's a net profit to the city of 1.5 million.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Can I follow up?
Sure. We got Erickson.
The tickets, aren't they like almost $500?
They're $490.
So who else gets money from the ticket? Because if I made a quick calculation, that 1.5 million doesn't jive with the numbers you have, and I used $500.
The majority of most tickets go to the state. Out of the $490, the city receives about $155 per ticket, so that's about 32% of the ticket.
Okay, thank you.
One follow-up?
Sure, Vice Mayor.
Thanks for the presentation. I just want to confirm, the fine for a camera red light ticket versus a police officer pulling someone over in person, it's the same fine amount, correct?
Yes, it's exactly the same.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need a motion to open the public hearing? That's not what my notes say, but I think we need a motion.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Puza. I'm waiting on a second.
You should have a second.
Second? Okay. Motion by Councilmember Puza, second by Councilmember Vera to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. And we have one speaker.
I think our speaker for this item is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Actually, it looks like my questions have been answered. I was wondering about revenue. And not that lives don't have their own value. So I will just say thank you for the information. And it sounds like a good idea. That's it.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Can we have a motion to close the public comments?
I'm going to start that motion again. Can we get a motion, please? I'm sorry, it's not working. We'll have to do a voice.
Make a motion.
Motion from Vera, second by,
I'll second.
thank you. Second by Vice Mayor. O'Brien, okay. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Lieutenant and Chief, for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. There is no AI technology associated with this type of network and camera system, correct?
That is correct.
And I see the stats here. They're pretty accurate, obviously, if they're in here, but 21% decrease in fatal accidents and 14% decrease in TCs, I guess, in signalized intersections. Is that correct? Or I see the 21% and the 14%. So the 21% is for all types of accidents and 14% is for fatals? Is that what the percentages are?
I know what you're referring to. We're just clarifying that in the staff report. But yes, there was a 21.6 decrease in collisions in those intersections.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
And that was from a highway safety study.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you guys for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Erickson.
No question, just a comment, and that is that I happen to have had my office and still have at an intersection that have this installed, and before it was installed many years ago, we had a number of T-bones in that intersection just outside my window. We don't have them anymore, so I'm a strong believer in this kind of red light enforcement.
Councilmember Fuza.
Thanks again for the presentation. I did do the Civilians Police Academy, and I believe that you did the presentation on red light cameras, so it was very memorable, so thank you for that. Needless to say, red light cameras tickets are controversial because no one wants to get a ticket, and I've received a lot of complaints from members of the public about them because they're expensive, but the police department and the city of Culver City does not set the price. They are high, and there are no programs or sliding scales that I'm aware of for low-income folks yet. I hope that the state comes up with a program for that. For me, the point is to incentivize and prioritize safety, not push people further into poverty. Again, this is, out of our purview and control. Another community concern is surveillance aspect of red light cameras. I know many Culver City residents are concerned about it. People have shared concerns that, they don't take into account sometimes what the person did, if it was their first-time violation, or other things that would go into if an officer pulled over a person and wrote a ticket. So there may be due process or privacy issues. However, I do know many of these issues are addressed at the back end when you do attend court, if you do attend court. Also, these cameras do reduce traffic stop interactions with officers, which is something that I think about and I'm concerned about. On the pro side, cameras do provide some preemptive enforcement because motorists who are aware that they're in place might be more apt not to run a red light, as you mentioned. They might not accelerate through an intersection. The Cochrane collaboration, one of the gold standard for effectiveness review. They did a rigorous study. they found that there's a 20% reduction in all injury crashes and a 29% reduction in right angle injury crashes. So that kind of aligns with what's going on, what you all mentioned here. So the safety aspect mixed with the reduced interaction between officers and the public, where there's potential for some violence potentially to happen, makes me lean towards supporting this. One of the things that I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is necessarily a police department question, but that $1.5 million revenue, I know that goes to the general fund. I received a comment from one of the community members because there are cameras that for speeding violations, and I know there's a state bill, and some of that funding goes to traffic calming infrastructure. And maybe this is a city attorney or a city manager question, but would it be possible to create some kind of ordinance to direct some of that funding towards, some of that revenue money to go towards traffic calming infrastructure?
I'll just say from a legal perspective, we would have to look into that to see if there would be anything in the state legislation that would prohibit that. I don't know how, and I don't know if the police department has any further information on that, but that's not something I can answer from the legal perspective without looking at the statutes carefully.
Okay, for that.
And then I'll defer to city manager with regard to anything other than that.
I have to make a comment. Council members often want to designate certain pieces of revenue for specific things. I just like to caution elected officials that the more you do that, the more challenging it makes balancing things, and it also limits decision-making. So it's I mean, of course, it's within your purview to do that, but I think you should keep that into consideration. The advantage of it going into the general fund is it maintains flexibility. As needs change, as priorities change, it maintains flexibility for the governing body.
Got it. Got it. So, thank you. Appreciate both of that feedback. Regardless, it would have to be something that would be agendized and separate out of this. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
And real quick, Councilmember Puzzi, you were asking if the money collected could be allocated for what?
Traffic calming infrastructure.
Traffic calming. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, just a comment. I've had community members reach out to me about this as well, and funny, ironically, a lot of them say, well, I was just rolling right. And as someone who is an active pedestrian, as a pedestrian, that's the most dangerous, I don't know if you can confirm, but my experience is that that's the most dangerous thing for a pedestrian. Oftentimes I see, usually, drivers are looking left in order to make sure the traffic's clear, and they're just rolling right, not looking to see if there's a pedestrian on the curb. And my hands have ended up on the hoods of many cars in Culver City because of that. And so I just have to say, I'm 100% in favor of this. I've had to respond to some folks who support me on a lot of decisions, and they aren't happy with my position on this, but I'm 100% in favor of it. The data shows that it's working, and it's keeping people safer. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I follow up on his question?
Okay.
I sort of recall that with regards to the right turn, that we have set some trigger that if you move at a slow speed, it doesn't necessarily trigger the red light camera, is that so?
Yes, the minimum speed to trigger is 10 miles an hour. So if you're going faster than that, it's going to trigger and capture the incident.
That's amazing people are complaining about getting those tickets. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize, I stepped to the back, but we can hear you back there. So thanks for the presentation. I wasn't able to see all the slides, but I'm grateful for it. In terms of the RFP, are there only, or I guess I'm just trying to understand the field of companies that offer this kind of product. Do you know like how many companies might offer this? I know just two responded, but is this like a wide, is this a robust field in California that offers services for red light cameras? Do you have knowledge on that?
Yes, Mayor. There are several companies that do offer it nationwide. Vera Mobility has 26 contracts in California. California has its unique laws, and that are much different than other states. But with our RFP, it goes out to any company who's willing to provide a proposal, and we only received 2.
Got it. Thank you. Do you know if any other Southern California cities or West Side cities implement the same kind of programs as this one?
Yes, we do have a list. Beverly Hills, Gardena, Hawthorne, El Segundo, Torrance, and Long Beach. And then there's LA County jurisdictions that have it.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure I get them all. Okay. I also have another question. How are the placement of our cameras selected? I know I heard a little bit about where they are in the back. I don't know if there was a visual aid out here. But is there a mechanism to how we determine where the cameras are going to be placed?
Yes, Mayor. So prior to any camera being installed, there's a traffic safety study that is done that encompasses the traffic volume, the average daily traffic volume for a 24-hour period. This is done a couple of times in different months. Our staff will proactively review the red light camera program and examine how it can more effectively give the increase of commercial development and the traffic volume throughout the city, how it can most impact traffic safety. After we look at the intersections that we conduct a site survey on potential intersections. It's a 12-hour site survey that's conducted to capture the number of red light violations that occur at certain intersections that we pick. And then after that, there's a traffic collision incident data that we examine for the years prior to it. This was something that is legislated in the California Vehicle Code in order to implement. These are all the steps that we have to justify why we are putting in a red light camera at a certain intersection.
And is there any reevaluation, or once it's done one time, that's just the corner, and unless as we shift our attentions?
So back in 2016, we went through all these steps, and what we looked at in reviewing the existing program at the time, and the 3 newest intersections along Washington Boulevard, Washington, Sepulveda, Washington, and Overland in Washington and National, we ended up discontinuing a couple of intersections, like at Washington and Helms, and relocating those cameras to these new intersections and implementing 2 new cameras to the contract.
Okay. And what went into that or like how often is that reevaluation done for the department?
When we see, we don't have a set timeline on when we reevaluate, but based on numbers and the data that these are all, the current intersections are all high-producing intersections of traffic and traffic volume, as well as reducing red light collisions and red light violations and citations.
Thank you. And I came in at the tail end, but what's the average that we have right now in terms of how many red light collisions have we had in this past year or in 2023?
In 2023, we had one red light-related collision.
And was it at a site where we have a camera?
Yes, ma'am. It was at Sepulveda and Slauson. And the year before that we had 3 at red light enforced cameras, intersections, and 3 in 2021.
So 3 in 2022 and 3 in 2021?
Yes, and then 1 last year. And none so far this year.
Well, that's some good news. Got it. All right. So there's no set time that things are evaluated, but I guess it's someone's role to watch the data? Or is it, I guess I'm just curious as to the process and how it's being evaluated if there's not like an annual or a set time?
No, there's not a set time. The numbers are looked at constantly throughout the year to determine if the intersection is doing its job.
Okay. And do we have overlap with any of our red light cameras with where we have placed the newer license plate readers? Are there any overlaps of those sites, or you have awareness?
Off the top of my head, I don't. There's possibly, because we do have a number of the red light cameras. I'm sorry, the ALPRs. I'm not sure. I'm sure there is some overlap, but they specifically look at different things.
Of course, I just was curious. Okay. And, you know, while I'm appreciative that we've only had 1 collision this year, that's a good thing. I am concerned that, you know, the red light camera, again, it's treating something after it has occurred, right? So I wonder what the strategy is, or if we have a stated strategy about how we're thinking about our roads themselves being designed a little differently to discourage these kind of things. I know there are ways, and I think we spoke to some of that, or Director Chang, our CTO Chang, spoke a bit to how, you know, you can extend the curb so that it is harder, so it forces the cars to slow down, so we don't have to rely, because I do, you know, we do have to be mindful of our overall budget, and so I wonder how sustainable a contract for this amount. I know we can never put a price on life, and we definitely want everyone to be safe, but I wonder if we're thinking about other mechanisms to how we address street safety. I'm sorry, Councilmember Erickson, did you have something to share? Okay, so we'll come back to you. So I just wanted to elevate that in this space because if I do note that the budget for this year includes almost $1 million for this, or a little over $900,000 for this contract. And I just think about at these sites where we've done traffic studies for traffic volumes, and especially if most of our, are they mostly right turns? That's probably a
No, they're mostly running the actual red light. And just to clarify, the program actually has a revenue to the city. So we do pay the $900,000 for the contract, but after all the tickets and the fees and everything, the city does have a net revenue of about $1.5 million.
I hear you. I wrote that down too. Okay. I appreciate that. But again, so I appreciate that you were clarifying. So I'd be curious, since you said most of them are just running straight on, if we could have more information about the types of, if it's collected and you have it readily available, I don't want folks, but it would be helpful to know how much is red light turns, because I know I get a lot of complaints over by the mall. People are like, oh, I made the red light turn. At least I know a lot of people who've gotten that. But it's interesting to know that most of them are straight on. So if there was, maybe in the next time y'all come, y'all could provide that information, that would be great. And I would love to know a little bit more, I don't know, maybe we could formalize or have some sort of mechanism, because how are we identifying new intersections? Is it because of traffic or incidents that are happening in the community that kind of flags it, and then a traffic study is done? Because it's all about safety, right? So I'm curious about how we design our roads safer and how we're flagging the intersections that are creating more opportunities for harm, and evaluating those. So I just want to make sure that we're not losing those things and we have processes for identifying those. So I appreciate you hearing that. I understand that Councilmember Erickson has a comment.
No, thank you. I got the answer because I understood the program to be revenue neutral or actually deliver a slight surplus, and you answered that. So it's not a cost.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go back. We need a motion.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Councilmember Vera to approve a 5-year agreement with Vera Mobility to provide automated red light camera enforcement equipment and services in an amount not to exceed $4,554,000. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to A1. Can we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Heather Baker, City Attorney, and I'll be presenting this item tonight. My co-presenter, CFO Lisa Sogor, is also online. This is a very brief staff report. At its meeting of September 9th, the council discussed the council's current compensation of $485.10 per month, which has not been increased since 1992. The City Council directed staff to return with a proposed ordinance increasing each council member's salary to $1,261.26, which is the maximum allowable increase under state law, and is still below the $1,275 the current state law cap if the salary were initially established today. Since the time of the last meeting, city staff also reviewed a sampling of cities including Beverly Hills, Inglewood, Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood, and the Culver City Council is the lowest salary among the sample cities. If the council introduces the ordinance this evening, staff recommends the council also approve a budget amendment appropriating $27,162 to effectuate the salary increases beginning December 16th through the end of the 24-25 fiscal year. Staff would return on October 14th for City Council to consider the adoption of the ordinance. And if the ordinances, my staff report, and Lisa Sogor and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
No speakers.
Councilmember Vera.
Is this questions or comments, or both? I don't have any question. Thank you so much for the staff report. I'll keep it brief. I feel sort of strange saying that we need a raise or giving myself a raise, and this is what it seems like to me. I would feel more comfortable, and I understand the concept behind this and the need. I personally would feel more comfortable we send it to the residents as a ballot measure and let the residents decide. So for that reason, I'm going to be abstaining from this. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, you know, the point that Councilmember Vera makes is sort of is always there, right? It is looked upon sometimes with question and negativity when these decisions are made. But having served on the council for 8.5 years and will not benefit from this whatsoever, because the rule would be, if this passes, that it doesn't go into effect until a new council member is seated. So that means that this doesn't go into effect until, after December 9, if it passes. So the current compensation, of course, it doesn't compensate for what we do, not at all. Just taking the hours we spend on council and put that at a more normal hourly rate, it would increase the pay immediately with quite a lot. But I can also see the issue, but I would tell everyone that the increase doesn't really make an enormous difference, in the sense that no one can run for office and then have this as their job because they're going to live on the money. Not at all, not at all. But I think it is a fair compensation that is suggested here, absolutely. $1,200, $300 a week about. And if you think about the council meetings, the subcommittees, and I'm not talking about all the community events and so on, that's separate for me. But just meeting with staff, meeting with colleagues in subcommittees and council meetings, I think this is fair. And that's why I was happy to make the motion the last time. And I'm happy to make that motion this time also, that we should increase the compensation to the new level, which is $1,261.26. And that still doesn't, that puts us in the middle of our neighboring cities. It doesn't even, put us at the top, not even close. So I don't think it's totally unreasonable. So I'm happy that this item is in front of us, and I'm happy to support it.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the staff report and all the work that has gone into this. As mentioned, the salary has not been increased since 1992. That's 32 years. As a reminder for the public, this is a part-time position. Most council members, have to have day jobs unless they're independently wealthy or have, other financial means. We obviously have deliberated this. It is awkward, but this is the only body that can do this. As Councilmember Eric mentioned, even with this modest increase, we're still behind most of our peer cities. I did even speak to a council member in Santa Monica today. They get a cost of living increase every year. Ultimately, we want the Goldilocks effect. We want it to have, some amount, but we don't want it to be too much, so it's just right. It's a great honor and privilege to serve our city in this capacity. So I think this is reasonable, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, everything that my colleague said, and I would add that I think that there's likely a number of people who don't make the effort to run for the city council seat because it is such a time commitment, and they can't give that much time of themselves without compensation. Again, we can't live off of this compensation, but it softens the blow more than 200 or 400 and some dollars a month. And yeah, the hours are many, and it does pull away from, especially as a freelancer, ability to make income in my day job oftentimes. So, and I know that there's probably a lot of, day workers, gig workers in the city who might consider running for council, and it's just, they can't do it because they can't give that up. So I am in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, staff, for coming back pretty quickly with this item. I have spoken about how I truly believe this is really a equity issue. Talk a lot about how I'm only the sixth woman to serve, and how we as a city should get really serious about some of the barriers to leadership that we see reflected in who is able to serve and participate, and really work intentionally to try to eliminate as many of those barriers. I see this as a part of that, not that, of course, everything isn't fixed. And this is a step in the right direction. This is a step in the right direction. As some of my colleagues have already pointed out, when we are here at other community events, we are taking time away from our work, from our families, from ourselves. But we do it all because, whether you're on a committee, commission, or board, or whether you're sitting up here, we do love this city. So it is a privilege and it is an honor. And we want to make sure that as many folks have the opportunity to serve and are compensated for that time. So I support this. I think this is also something that should be reevaluated with some level of frequency if we're not putting in cost of living adjustments. I think this is something that should come back maybe every 4 years or every 8. I mean, definitely not letting 30 go by. So we want to make sure that, it keeps up with the times. I know we're still definitely not at the high end of our neighbors that serve in similar roles in Southern California and on the West Side. So, hopefully folks don't see it in that way, but this is definitely a way to lower barriers for participating in this type of role, and I wholeheartedly support it. So
Can I have a quick question first? please?
Okay.
Just a question. It was mentioned about reevaluating. Is this the cap, basically, as high as we can go to raise the salary without going to a vote?
At this moment, yes.
Right. So then the
But
next-
each year, I mean, you can increase it 5% each year. That's not allowed, you're not allowed to have automatic increases built into an ordinance. But if a future council requests to agendize an increase, next year, then that's appropriate, and then that would be evaluated either 5%, up to 5%, since the operative date of the last increase, or up to 10% if from the cost of living adjustment since I think it's January 1st, 2024, whichever is greater, and then you can increase it by that much.
Okay, and then the only other option would be like putting a ballot measure and sending it out to the residents for a vote, correct?
Right, anything beyond what's permissible under state law would require, a vote.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So we have a motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to introduce on first reading an ordinance amending Culver City Municipal Code Section 3.01.005 to increase the salary of city council members from $485.10 per month to $1,261.26 per month, and the approval of a related budget amendment appropriating $27,162 from the general fund unassigned balance. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 abstain from Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. Moving on to A2. Excuse me for just a second.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Jason Sims, Chief of Police. I am here with Sergeant John Ogden to my right, who will be presenting our staff report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. My name is Sergeant John Ogden, and I'm here to present a recommendation for the approval of a 10-year contract agreement with Axon Enterprise. We also have with us today an Axon representative, Alan Slipper, who will assist us with any technical questions that may arise at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. This agreement encompasses body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, less than lethal electronic control devices, also known as tasers, and a variety of software products that will increase the overall effectiveness and efficiency of department staff. In 2013, staff were approved for funding to purchase 50 electronic control devices. In 2017, staff were approved for funding to purchase, install, and implement a body-worn camera and in-car camera program. Since then, body-worn cameras have proven to have the following benefits: capturing evidence related to criminal prosecution, which is provided to the district attorney's office when seeking criminal filings. Used as a tool to review and investigate critical incidents. Used to review and investigate use of force incidents. Used to review and investigate allegations of employee misconduct. Provide increased accountability and transparency. And used as a tool to identify training opportunities for staff. The tasers, body-worn cameras, and in-car cameras currently being used by staff are at their end of life and lack advanced technological features found in modern-day devices. Next slide, please. Over the past year, staff have field-tested body-worn camera and in-car camera products from Motorola, Panasonic, and Axon, and determined that Axon, a sole source provider, was the best fit for the department. Axon stood out as the best option because of their bundled packages, seamless integration with all their products, both hardware and software, and their ability to upgrade hardware during the life of the contract so that staff is always equipped with the latest technology. During our research into Axon, we learned that the following local agencies currently utilize their body-worn camera and in-car camera products: the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Manhattan Beach Police Department, the Santa Monica Police Department, and the Beverly Hills Police Department, just to name a few. Next slide, please. Axon offers a bundle, the Officer Safety Plan 10 Premium, that packages body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, electronic control devices, and software products that its competitors simply do not offer. Axon's newest body-worn camera, the Body Series 4, has the following technological advantages over its competitors: optimized 4K video quality with a wider field of view, fast charging and 12-plus hour battery life. This allows for officers to stay in the field longer and does not require a battery change during a shift. Video uploaded in the field using an LTE chip. Provides supervisors with GPS location of body-worn cameras or streaming capabilities, which include a Watch Me button that an officer can activate to alert supervisors about a critical incident that may be occurring. Cloud-based evidence storage system, and hardware upgrades throughout the life of the contract. Axon provides up to 4 upgrades as they introduce new body-worn cameras at no extra cost. Next slide, please. The Axon Officer Safety Plan 10 offers the following software products that will streamline work productivity, improve department accountability and transparency, and reduce staff hours related to administrative work. AutoTranscribe. Automatic transcription of all body-worn camera and in-car camera footage. This product will greatly reduce staff hours used to manually transcribe footage and interviews. Community request. Staff can invite groups, individual witnesses, or the entire community to submit photos, videos, or other evidence from an incident directly to CCPD using a QR code or a website. Evidence. It's a cloud-based evidence management system that integrates with all other Axon products. This is the primary method of sharing body-worn camera footage or evidence with the District Attorney's Office and other law enforcement agencies. Evidence.com has the highest security requirements and is CJIS, or the Criminal Justice Information Services, compliant. Additionally, this product offers unlimited storage. And Redaction Assistant. In 2023, staff received approximately 1,300 public records requests. A significant number of these requests require the redaction of sensitive material from body-worn camera footage. Last year, staff spent hundreds of hours manually redacting video footage. This software will greatly reduce the number of staff hours needed to complete these requests. Next slide, please. Investigate allows Axon Evidence to review, store, and organize video evidence from a variety of different sources and video formats. My90. On average each year, staff responds to just under 50,000 calls for service. This community engagement tool will allow for community members to provide valuable feedback via post-police contact surveys and public information surveys. Respond. GPS location software built into body-worn cameras that allow for supervisors to live stream cameras during critical incidents. Standards. A professional standards
WebEx
software.
Assistant is enabled to save audio highlights.
Professional standards software used to track personnel complaints, uses of force, and a variety of other metrics. Staff currently utilizes multiple software programs from a variety of vendors. Using one system will greatly reduce the amount of time staff uses to complete administrative functions. Virtual reality training. Last year, staff invested in over 3,000 hours of training on a variety of topics. This tool will be used to allow for immersive, real-life training at any place, at any time. Virtual reality training will also assist in cutting training costs, reducing staff overtime, and improving safety. Performance. Auditing software for body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, and tasers. This program assists staff with the capability to maintain compliance with department policy and procedures. Next slide, please. Funding was recently approved by this council during the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget process for the department's body-worn camera upgrade program in an amount not to exceed $4.89 million. To help offset the cost of the program, staff applied for and were granted a $200,000 grant from the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance. This grant required a $200,000 matching contribution from the city. This year, staff explored several grant opportunities to assist with the cost of the body-worn camera upgrade program, and once again reapplied for the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance grant. Staff will continue to research additional grant opportunities. The cost of this project includes hardware, software, installation, licensing, and warranties for the life of the contract. Included in the bundle are 100 body cameras, 30 in-car cameras, 30 taser devices, and the above-mentioned software products. Additionally, Axon has a training team that responds to CCPD to train all employees on the new products. Axon also provides the department with a liaison who is available day or night to assist with any technical issues that may arise. Next slide, please. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about this proposal. We'll now make ourselves available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
We do. We have two. And currently, we're having an issue with WebEx. We're hoping to resolve that momentarily.
Well, are there any questions from colleagues before we do comments while we're waiting for? Okay, Councilmember Vera.
Sergeant Ogden, Chief, thank you so much for your presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. In terms of the 10 premium package, that all includes the auto transcription, the evidence management, the automatic redaction. The list that you went through is all what's comprised for that 10 premium, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Vera, yes.
In terms of the public records request, you said that we received, I forget the amount, forgot to write it down, actually.
It was somewhere in the range of 1,300 public records
And
requests
then going
last year.
through that and retracting all the info, or redacting all the information, how many man-hours does that particularly take?
Well, it's tough to say exactly, but
Right.
we estimate hundreds of work hours spent on redacting video. Is where we need to redact oftentimes faces, license plates, and any type of personal identifying information from folks who aren't involved with an incident. So it can be pretty time-consuming, very time-consuming.
All right. I'll save some, I have a couple other questions I'll save for other comments, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Exum.
This is a question for the vendor. Where do you have your service technicians, and are they available on sort of 2-hour notice, 24-hour notice, or how do you operate your service?
Thank you for the question. So we basically have technical service people located all over the country. They're based literally everywhere. But as far as responding to a problem they're having, we have first of all, you would call a support line to make sure it's something that we can't resolve over the phone. But we are based in Scottsdale, so even if we had to send someone from headquarters, we could get them out here pretty quickly. So it's a rough estimate, but within a couple days, if something's really pending. But honestly, over the phone or logging in through Zoom can usually solve these issues.
So you can remote in and diagnose and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Puzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Does the technology have facial recognition?
Thank you, Councilmember Puza. It's actually illegal for body cameras to be equipped with facial recognition technology, so no, it's also against our policy. And none of the software that is also included in this package utilizes facial recognition technology either.
Great, thank you. Since LAPD and Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and some of the other cities are using the system, what advice have they given us on negotiating a new contract with Axon, if all? So just learning any best practices.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Puzo. Of course, we did our due diligence research and reached out to other agencies that were utilizing Axon body-worn cameras. This body-worn camera is the most prevalent that we see in law enforcement. And all of the agencies that we spoke to were very happy, not only with the products themselves that we described in the presentation, but the service provided from Axon as well, whether it's the customer service through the implementation process, which is a extraordinarily heavy lift especially for an agency our size, which is part of the reason why we're requesting a 10-year contract. This isn't something that we want to have to redo anytime soon. I mean, implement a new body-worn and in-car camera system. But also the repair and maintenance of the equipment itself. And one of the things that wasn't mentioned earlier when that was discussed by Mr. Slipper, who's here from Axon to help us out this evening, is that if we have a body-worn camera that is experiencing some sort of technical issue, we're actually able to notify Axon, send them back the camera that's malfunctioning, and they'll immediately send us a new camera to very quickly facilitate the replacement. So we are down a camera for a very short period of time.
Okay, so they didn't have any lessons learned, everything was okay? Those different departments, or?
No, the folks were satisfied with the service that they received from Axon.
Okay, thank you. And then they recommended the 10-year contract, but is there any way to do less than 10 years?
We are requesting a 10-year contract, Councilmember Puza, because of partly for a variety of reasons. Number one, as I mentioned, this is an extraordinarily heavy lift. Having spearheaded the implementation of our first body-worn and in-car camera program. I can speak to that personally. And certainly something that we don't want to have to do again anytime soon. Additionally, locking in pricing for a 10-year period of time saves the city a significant amount of money. I mean, if you just consider inflation and what that will look like 10 years, what things will cost 10 years from now compared to today, I would argue that it's going to be, I don't know how much, but a significant savings for the city to lock in that pricing now, because that pricing doesn't change year to year. It's locked in. All of the upgrades that were mentioned in the presentation are locked into the pricing, and so I believe the 10-year contract is a fiscally responsible way to go.
Thank you. Did the other agencies talk about any of, how well did the auto tagging and auto transcription work?
Yeah, so again, we received really positive reviews for both of those technologies, and the auto tagging is a function that seamlessly tags our video with case numbers, officer IDs, and things of that nature. Again, being intimately familiar with our current camera program, I can tell you that that is a real challenge for us. We're able to identify which video belongs to which officer, but sometimes that can take work, as our officers are required to sign in every time they start their shift to their camera. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Other times, there's a technical issue and they're logged out and they don't log back in. And so having this, the videos tagged automatically really helps us out on the back end when we're looking for videos, whether it be through our normal, for example, use of force review process, or if our detectives are trying to identify video that's evidence in a case that they're working or so forth. That automated tagging feature specifically, and just to explain what that is, the Axon software connects to our CAD dispatch software, again, to tag, to pull date, time, report number information from our CAD system, and then tag the video with the corresponding information. It really helps us out on the back end when we're looking for that video. And then in terms of the transcription feature, and I know Sergeant Ogden can speak to this personally as he works our professional standards unit. When we are, whether it be a detective or again a professional standards unit investigator is after conducting an interview and they sit down to write their reports, oftentimes those interviews have to be transcribed. That's a really arduous task, to literally sit down and transcribe a conversation that could be hours in length. So auto transcription, although of course it would require the review after the fact by an investigator to ensure accuracy, will save a significant amount of work hours in completing the bulk of the work automatically versus having to type it out, which can be challenging.
Thank you. There's a feature that allows individuals to submit the photos and videos. So can homeowners link like their private cameras, like Ring, to the police department, and can they hook up?
Yeah.
So to speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Puza. You're actually talking about kind of two different functions there. And speaking from personal experience, having been a witness to a crime that occurred in my neighborhood at home, a police officer responded out to take a report. I actually had evidence of the crime that occurred in my neighborhood that was captured on my home video. And the police agency that I'm referring to utilizes Axon, and they were able to simply text me a link, and I was able to very quickly, it took less than a minute, upload my video or connect my video, send it to eventually evidence.com via that link. Extraordinarily seamless, really easy to use, and we don't have that capability nowadays with the current technology that we have. And I think this is a really seamless way for us to collect that type of evidence, which we're collecting fairly regularly nowadays with all of the home video systems that we see folks installing at their homes. So, and then the second software that you're referring to, I believe, is a software that enables homeowners or businesses to opt in to allow the police department to view videos that are captured by their businesses or residences. I think Ring has a similar program. So this is not unique, this type of video sharing. And I think the most important, and yes, Axon does have software that is included in this package that will enable that functionality. What's most important to understand about this is that this is an opt-in software, meaning that in order for the police department to access this video, the homeowner or business would have to opt in to allow that and essentially sign up for the service at no cost to share that video with the police department.
What's the difference between this and like a real-time crime center?
So a real-time crime center is much more, I mean, there's a lot more that goes into a real-time crime center other than just the simple sharing of video that I just described. Again, Ring offers the same service and technology. Real-time crime centers streams a live feed video to a certain location that is being monitored by people and often includes a drone as a first responder. And then also includes the ability to listen to calls that are coming into dispatch in real time. So all of this is kind of linked into one area where you have people monitoring all of these things. Again, the video, the 911 calls that are coming in. Bless you. Yeah. And also at the same time monitoring where all the police units are. And as the calls come in to dispatch, the emergency calls, the real-time crime center, again, often with the assistance of a drone that is also streaming video into this crime center, assists responding units in responding to these calls. We don't have that technology. City of Beverly Hills has something that works in the way that I just described, but that is something that we don't have.
Great. And last question. The other cities that have it, the Santa Monica and all the other ones, Beverly Hills, Manhattan, and Torrance, do they have access to the video? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Puza. So the only way that any of those agencies would have access to our video is if we shared our video with those agencies. So certainly we cooperate very much like our automated license plate reader data. We cooperate with our surrounding agencies, with police investigations and so forth. And if the City of Beverly Hills has an investigation that they believe involves some video that we have, or our video could be helpful for their investigation, we certainly would want to share it with them. But the only way we could do that is if they request it and we approve the request, if that answers your question.
Okay, and is that through like the police chiefs or?
No, it would require approval from a supervisor above, and not the police chief.
Okay.
But absolutely a supervisor, and that information is shared through evidence.com, which is a software I believe that was described earlier, and is the primary way that we share video in a very streamlined way with the district attorney's office, which is also going to help us out a lot in terms of work hours versus what we do now, which is burning CDs or DVDs in a very old school way and then delivering those down to the DA's office.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Did we get the issues worked out with WebEx?
Yes, we did. We have 2 speakers signed up. First speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Melissa Sanders. Stephen, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Are you able to hear us?
Brought forward as being about body cams, really, when really equipment and maintenance is not where all this money's going. I'm getting locked into a 10-year contract for an AI-powered surveillance platform that's going to consume not just body cam surveillance, but also any other surveillance the police collects or anyone else with a camera who wants to link their camera to the city's surveillance platform. I think that this vendor, Axon, just can't be trusted. They describe to investors how video surveillance is a data asset that they're running AI on to capitalize on its value. This is surveillance on Culver City residents. It's going to be data that's mined to make money for Axon's investors. We're seeing this as a sole source contract, but Axon has been sued repeatedly by other cities for anti-competitive behavior and crowding out the market. Axon also assembled their own AI ethics board, and after several years, nearly every member resigned because of ethical issues with the company. Police use of AI has been shown repeatedly to result in biased outcomes, especially harming racial and ethnic minorities. Facial recognition may be banned on body cams in California, but again, CCPD wants the system for all its video surveillance, not just for body cams. If you want to get the more expensive body cams from Axon, okay, but please cut the AI surveillance platform from the contract and save the city a couple $1 million, because Axon can't be trusted with this mass-scale AI surveillance on Culver City residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi there again. I just think it's hilarious coming from Stephen Jones, who took private data and made his own website for rental properties. Okay. So there are some issues I would, that are 10 years, technology changes, stuff like that would be a question of mine to see if there's upgrades available in that 10 years. But, our police department gets yelled at about, not doing things properly and all this other stuff and, racism and all this craziness. And I would think that having video evidence of their behavior and how they actually handled situations would be a good thing. It would be transparent and show exactly what happened. And, that would be of benefit. So I'm not quite sure how body cams become a racist tool. That's kind of bizarre. But I would hope that, again, we look at what's required to keep our city, our citizens, the people who work here, and have families here safe, and let our police department do the best job they can to keep us safe. And if this also means that they have more hours, boots on the ground versus burning DVDs for the district attorney and wasting hours of admin time, I would think that would be a very valuable asset as well. So I am pro this. I am pro letting the police get the equipment they need to keep us safe, and hopefully it will be used, as intended, as always. And, if you're not doing anything that warrants a police to come up and have a conversation with you with a body camera, maybe that's the issue. So I'm not really personally worried about it because I tend not to do criminal acts. There you go. Anyway, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. We actually have one more speaker, Nancy Barba. Nancy, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I am calling today to ask that you please not move forward with this extended contract for surveillance and particularly for the AI-enabled surveillance. I think there is so much new research being done on this very edge cases and how really, I encourage everyone to read the book, Algorithms of Oppression, how these systems, they are not neutral. They are trained and informed by the same people that have biases. And I think we need to be careful with putting systems, particularly committing ourselves to systems that could make our Black and Brown and people of color in our community more vulnerable. And so, particularly in a time when Culver City faces a budget deficit, I don't see the need to commit us to such a large contract. So I ask that you please reconsider moving forward with this, and particularly moving forward with the AI-enabled components. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final comment.
City Clerk, do you mind just double checking? Because I did have someone send me an email saying that they couldn't get in or couldn't get through, and I know it was during the time. But if it didn't work, or I don't know if it was an issue with the system, but I did just see that.
Yeah, it looks like we had one come in after we began public comment. We can see if they're online.
Well, they let me know that they were having an issue with the WebEx, so I don't know if it was with that. I don't know what happened. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt because there was an issue.
One moment. All right. So Kenny Stevenson. Kenny, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I like Nancy and like Stephen would like to really ask the council to reconsider or to consider to not approve this deal, specifically in regards to the AI. I'm a Culver City resident, but I've also worked specifically in the field of digital asset management for over 15 years. I worked at Sony Pictures. I now work for a company as a digital asset manager. And I have seen directly how AI is not where it needs to be in terms of accuracy, especially in regards to faces. And this is talking specifically into faces of people of color. It does not accurately find and or represent people of color well. And so I do not want to see this technology being used in a haphazard way. I also know in terms of auto tagging, this is another part of my job that I'm working in every single day. The auto tagging is also a work in progress. These are things that are not up to what I would consider to be, especially at a price point of $4.9 million. And this is something I work for companies that are, Sony Pictures is a $1 billion company, and we don't even apply, or prior my last job, we don't even apply this level of AI because it's not accurate. So I am just imploring the council to please consider not approving this, and I'll just concede the rest of my time.
Thank you. I believe that was our final speaker.
Thank you for checking that. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Can either Mr. Flipper or Sergeant Ogden speak to some of the
Oh, they're
questions
talking right to your comment.
Make sure they're muted.
in terms of the AI surveillance and/or auto tagging, just so we have better understanding of what the needs are for that or the implications?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. I'll do my best, and then maybe Mr. Slipper can jump in afterward and elaborate on anything I say. But starting with the auto tagging of the video. So we currently and will continue to do so assuming we implement this program, tag our own videos. And so after an incident, an officer responds to a call or makes a traffic stop, the cameras are activated. At the conclusion of the call, the camera is turned off. At that time, the officer is prompted to tag that video with pertinent information and whether, what type of call it was and so forth. And the purpose of that is to keep track of all of the video. As you can imagine, even a police department our size is generating a lot of video. Again, anytime we have a traffic stop or a radio call that is done, a lot of video is being generated. But all of that video throughout the day, is occurring at certain times, certain locations. There's associated with the report. Possibly what this auto tagging technology is going to do is not going to eliminate the need for the officer to do anything. The officer will still be prompted to do some sort of tagging with the video, but it will function as an additional tagging or a better way of keeping track of our video. None of the video, I want to be clear, is going to be lost. It's always going to be there, and if we have to, as we do often right now, we can simply look up the video in the back-end software and look for videos that occurred during the time in which we're investigating or looking for videos, and we're always able to find it. So the video is always going to be there. It's just a way to help us better keep this video organized. And then, I'm sorry, can you repeat the second part of your question?
Yeah, the AI surveillance.
Yes. So let me talk a little bit about that. So I mentioned previously that it's illegal for facial recognition to be utilized in conjunction with body cameras. It's state law. And so it's also would be a violation of our policy. So that's not happening. The AI features that are being referenced are utilized with the back-end software. For example, the redaction software that was previously mentioned. Currently, when we redact video, so we have to, if we get some sort of public records request or we are required by law to release video for some reason, oftentimes we have to redact that video. We have to redact faces, license plates, any other personal identifying information. As I said earlier, that's an extremely arduous process using the software that we currently have available to use. So the software we currently have requires that someone actually go through almost frame by frame and put a square over the face or license plate that we need to redact. So you can imagine if we're going frame by frame through a long hour, 2 hour or more video, that takes a really long time. What this redaction software is able to do, utilizing AI, is to track license plates through a video. So we make a square over the license plate in one frame, and then it follows that license plate throughout the rest of the video. And the same would be done for faces. It's not being used to identify people. It's not being used to identify anyone. It's being used to track the face or license plate, if you will, in the video to redact it from that video, if that makes sense. Similarly, AI is used in the transcription software that I mentioned earlier, simply to transcribe the interview that is being used. Simply said, the AI that is utilized in on the back end with this software is not investigatory in nature. It's not being used to identify people. It's being used to help us work more efficiently and effectively. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Slipper?
I think it's an important distinction to be made between facial detection and facial recognition. So to Chief's point, if you're reviewing a video and it's taking hours to redact, the software picks up that it is a face, but has no idea whose face it is, or we're not trying to map it to identities at all. It's simply to simplify the workflow and speed up the workflow to redact the software. So the artificial intelligence that is used, again, no facial recognition software at all in any of these solutions.
So then, like the chief said, it's just a tool that's used on the back end to aid in some of the redaction and/or
Administrative
transcription
tasks, correct. So I think historically it was taking 8 hours of redaction time to redact 1 hour of video, and we're trying to bring that 8-to-1 ratio closer to 1-to-1 or 2-to-1.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can I follow up on that? Because I'm starting a little confused.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Vera, did you finish your questions and comments? Because I'd like if we can, because he's here, you're not leaving right now?
I'm not leaving.
Okay, so can you hang out for our council member? He'll be ready with some questions for you. Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Once again, thank you all for your presentation. Thank you for coming out and spending the evening with us, sir. I think, you know, we as a community, as electeds, really need to be mindful of, I think, utmost transparency and the accountability of any of our departments, but especially our law enforcement partners here in the city. That being said, I don't ever want to get into a situation where it's he said, she said, and now the burden of proof is up in the air, and I think once we leave it up to sort of the minds of individuals to determine what happens, I think things get out of hand. I think this is a great tool moving forward. I understand the price tag on it, and I understand the reasoning behind the 10-year contract in terms of locking in that amount, so with the inflation and whatnot, it doesn't continue to rise. But I think, you know, like I said, more so than ever, we want a responsive, transparent, and accountable police department. I don't know of any other tool that would provide that level of accountability. I appreciate the explanations on the surveillance, the AI surveillance done on the back end. It's not really surveillance. It's a tool that will ultimately save many hours of somebody having to do that manually, as well as the auto tagging. So just a follow-up on the auto tagging, it would be tagging, so like you have an incident and the officer can potentially tag it like, well, review DR number and refer to a report number, and you can sort of correlate the two, the incident with the actual report or ticket or whatever that goes along with that video clip, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Vera, yes. So in theory, every time an officer makes a stop or takes a report and there's video associated with it, they're to put that corresponding report number and connect it to the video. The automatic tagging would do that without the officer having to go in and do it themselves.
Okay. And then just, I had neglected earlier, and I was going to ask Sergeant Ogden, in terms of the virtual reality training, you said basically we can do it anytime, anywhere. I mean, I understand, you know, the importance of training. I think we're only as good as the training we receive. But how would that actually be implemented? You can sort of put mock-up scenarios, or how is that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Vera. So I think most of us are familiar with the VR goggles that, if you haven't used them, you've seen them. So that's what these are. They're VR goggles that have different scenarios that you can program and utilize with them. I've used them, and it was a couple of years ago, admittedly, and they were interesting. I think the best use, at least initially, that we are going to get from these goggles is our taser training. They work seamlessly with our tasers. That is, our officers are required to be trained on the tasers, and then there's an ongoing training every couple years or so that is required with our tasers, and that takes staff hours to complete. We have in-house trainers who have to conduct the training, and then, the officers have to come in and do it. It's a few hours. And so this is, and they have to set up scenarios and get role players to play the roles. This virtual reality training would enable us to do that in a much more efficient way, using less people, taking less work hours, and achieving the same goal.
Okay.
And then, there's other training functionalities, but I think that's a pretty good example of how it will help us to be more efficient with our training.
All right. And then in terms of these tools working cohesively with everything, all the other equipment, when the lights are activated in the vehicle, the emergency lights, that would automatically then activate the cameras, or are they automatically activated regardless?
Yeah, so I think one of the most important aspects of any good body-worn camera and in-car camera system are the automatic triggers, what you just described. Turning the camera on when you turn on the red lights and sirens within a police car ensures that anytime our officers make a traffic stop, the cameras are going to be activated. And of course, that's really what's most important, is that the cameras are capturing video evidence during all of our contacts, but critical incidents, of course, being the most important. So that functionality is something that isn't necessarily new. It's something that our cameras currently do. But what will be new for us is the functionality wherein if our officers draw their gun or draw their taser, that automatically triggers the body-worn camera. And so that's something that we are excited about. We think it's important and will help us to ensure that our cameras are activated when they need to be and should be.
And then last sort of question, remark, and I'm hoping that there is, but in terms of any officers tampering with and/or trying to activate or the in-car system or the body-worn camera, there's policy against that, correct?
That's correct, Council Member. Thank you. So there's a couple of things to mention there. Not only is there policy that outlines exactly when the cameras should be on, when our officers are required to turn them on, and kind of protects against the tampering, I think you mentioned as well. What Axon is also will be providing us is a software that helps us to ensure that. So a kind of a check and balance that that looks at an incident through software, and if it's an incident that's being that would require typically the activation of a camera, and there's no camera activation associated with that call, then the system alerts us to look at this incident and determine whether or not our officer made a mistake, forgot to turn on their camera, or not for that incident. So it again helps us to ensure that our policies are being followed, that the cameras are being turned on when they should be. And I think that's a really important feature, because again, at the end of the day, we want to ensure that our policies are being followed and that our cameras are on when they should be.
And that activation, would it be automatic, and that goes to the watch off?
The fact, and so it would be via an automatic audit, so to speak, that is then sent to, for lack of a better way of describing it, to our professional standards unit, who would look into the incident.
Okay. All right. Thank you again both for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm sort of a little confused here, and indulge me being not very educated in the software aspect of this. With all these modules that are provided, is there any module that learns from So take the license plate issue there. There was a video and there is a license plate, and then the system can follow that license plate to the next frame and next frame and next frame and next frame. So is there any of those modules that actually learn from that we would have that then become even better at finding license plates on the images that it has, and then rewrites its code by itself to become better? Or is that something that your software engineers do because you get better at image processing and you write better rules for how to process the image, and then that program get updated for our police department?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Erickson. I wouldn't say the software is rewriting its code, but the nature of artificial intelligence or machine learning is that it does learn over time and gets better at recognizing those license plates. So over time, as thousands and thousands of videos have been reviewed by this software, it does get better at recognizing those objects, if that makes sense.
Is that our software will become better by itself, or is it
That's
you
globally
will,
for all of our customers.
you will update and give us a new version that are better?
A new version would really be somebody recoding, but the nature, again, of artificial intelligence is that it does learn from itself, sort of. So we wouldn't necessarily be re-releasing a new version, although we do updates all the time. That's sort of a separate thing. It would learn better how to recognize objects like license plates or computer screens.
But it will only be better if someone confirmed that it had actually
Right.
tagged that license plate, right?
Yes, so it's obviously reviewed
So
by...
it doesn't, sorry. Artificial intelligence for me is something different than you describe here, right? It's I know that society has gone bonkers with AI over the last few years, and it's still there is really no real artificial intelligence. There are some labs that are getting close, but all these commercial programs are more, you have a rule-based programming, and sort of it's still sort of a human at the end of the day that makes some decisions. It's not the
That's right.
program at itself. So it is not artificial, it's actually human intelligence that helps the program to improve.
Human validated, correct.
Yeah. So I'm a little concerned about calling this AI because people are scared about it, right? They're really worried. It's become that, it's AI everywhere, and a lot of products are called it's AI, but it's not. And then, if we look at this, meta tagging and so on, I hope people know that if they open a Word document in Microsoft, it's got meta tag immediately by date and time and who the user is who opened it and how many keystroke they put into the document and so on. It's all get put there immediately, which is meta tags, right? So that's been there for the last 15 years. It's not artificial intelligence. It's just programming. And there are humans at the end of the day who improves it. But that was really what I wanted to understand, because I'm not really into this. But I read some. And so it's not AI that we are buying. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're buying very sophisticated programs that will be updated. I don't really have any other questions. I think my colleague asked a lot of good questions on the system. We have had body-worn cameras for a long time. They seem to really do the job for our police department. I don't have a problem updating it. And 10-year contract, technology changes. So if there is, new technology, then we will get new body cams that actually have new technology, if that's 8K suddenly or whatever, right? So I think it makes sense. It sort of proves the investment over time, right? So it doesn't get obsolete and we're starting to have problems. So thank you. I don't have any further questions or comments.
Councilmember Puza.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you again for the report. Thanks for the public comment. We have already discussed body-worn cameras a couple months ago. I shared about the National Institute of Justice, which conducted several studies about the effectiveness of body-worn cameras, and that the research supported that the effectiveness of body-worn cameras didn't necessarily achieve the desired outcomes. We talked about how ACLU seemed to have mixed results on body-worn cameras. They've been against them, they've been for them. More recently, they've been more hesitant again. At the same time, there's been some value. I know Chief Sims spoke about the cameras being one of the most important pieces of evidence in investigations. We did agree to collect more data on body-worn cameras in Culver City specific, so we can look at specifically what's happening in our city. Anyways, that passed with the council majority, and I don't think that's the question tonight about whether or not we're considering body-worn cameras. I think the question is which company we should use and how much more and what kind of surveillance we want. We just spoke about the red light cameras. We have the automatic license plate readers and Star Chase, which is approved. We've approved a lot of surveillance in the past 2 years. So I'm hoping we're really thoughtful in the process. I respectfully disagree. I do consider this AI. Some say that the first existential threat was nuclear war, then it's climate change, and I do believe the next one is AI. This is new, and I'm hesitant about rushing into this. I'm concerned about surveillance. Studies show that the technology is least reliable. I understand this is not facial technology, but surveillance is least reliable for people of color, women, and non-binary individuals. That's because technology is built, the programming is built by human beings, and human beings are inherently biased. Now, all technology is not bad. It's been helpful in, finding missing persons, identifying victims in natural disasters and at crash scenes. But technology is developing more quickly than the laws that we need to protect our rights. So I believe we should be more prudent to slow it down, watch what our peer cities are doing, and so they can continue to share best practices with us. I'm sure there will be cost savings with writing the reports, the tagging, but as mentioned, there will be someone that needs to edit and ensure the reporting's accurate, because you need that human, we still need the human touch to it. There could be inherent bias in the reporting. There's a phenomenon called hallucinations in AI because the language models behind it are prone to making up false information that could add convincing and hard to notice falsehoods. And sometimes reports are the only thing that a judge sees in cases, especially in misdemeanors. So this, in addition to few guardrails with this type of technology, makes me want to pump the brake pedals. Again, not saying this is bad, it's just new. My other main concern is body-worn cameras, came about in the wake in the police killing of civilian Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014 as a tool for building trust between police and their communities. The intent was to get to the truth when someone is injured or killed by police, and to allow systematic review of officer behavior to prevent deaths by flagging troublesome officers for supervisors and helping identify real-world examples of effective and destructive behaviors for use for training. The more I'm hearing, I'm not hearing, there's a component of holding police officers, but it seems to be veering off in a different direction of collecting evidence for solving a crime. for collecting videos from neighbors, live streams. And so I think we're veering into a different direction. So I'm hesitant about that. Saying all that, I do see a compromise here because, you know, I will support body-worn cameras because I do hear the concerns, you know, that Axon would consolidate equipment and the companies rather than having multiple companies. But I do hear concerns of the public about costs versus what we're actually getting in relation to increased surveillance. I'm also concerned about the budget. So I support this item if we went with the option OSP 10 rather than the premium, and then adjust as needed based on data. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. So my profession is TV and film editor. And sometimes in my career, I've had to transcribe. It's incredibly time consuming to do it by hand. And I took typing. I'm of that generation. I don't know how many of the officers nowadays know how to type with all their digits. It's just incredibly time consuming. And I've done what we call rotoscoping or matte tracking not for blurring out people's faces or license plates, but again, incredibly time consuming when you're doing it by hand. So I really see the value, especially considering the amount of public records requests that we get, the amount of data that we collect for the various forms of reporting. I can't imagine how much time it would save. Hundreds of hours. And when we're talking about cost, the price tag for a 10-year contract, lots of advantages that have been stated. Technology is going to advance, and costs of technology will advance, and to set a price today, I think is really valuable. And was it 3 product upgrades, or 4 over the life of the contract?
4, Vice Mayor.
Great. So if I could get that kind of deal on my big screen TV, that would be great. I can't. I mean, burning DVDs. That's what I was doing at the beginning of my career back in the late 90s, mid 90s. So, we need to advance to the 2020s. And then a lot of the questions that I was going to ask have been asked and answered. And in terms of, basing our decisions on this, on best practices, and seeing what our, other agencies are doing, it looks like many of our neighboring agencies are using this technology today, and it's been evaluated, and those conversations have been had. And regarding body-worn cameras in general, is there any agency in LA County that's not using body-worn cameras?
I only know of one.
Okay.
And I will say that on the west side, we're the only agency that is not utilizing Axon body cameras.
Okay.
Axon is body cameras are the gold standard of body cameras in the law enforcement industry. I mean, there's a reason why most people have Apple cell phones, and there's a reason why most law enforcement agencies utilize Axon body cameras. It's because it's the best product available.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand the concern about being a first adopter of anything. There's sometimes advantages to that, to get ahead of the curve, but with technology, it's often good to see how it works for others, and that's what we're doing with this. We've got, like you said, the whole West Side's using it, and we're not. And then, you know, I know that there's broad and narrow definitions of surveillance, but I consider surveillance kind of like the live crime center type thing, where humans are actively watching video or are personally staking out a home or a business or you know, watching a person over time. These are point-in-time video captures. Technically, are they surveillance because they're capturing video of someone? Sure, but it's a point in time. And I think, you know, the ability to, you know, it's digital, it's easily shareable with other agencies. If they're, you know, criminals cross jurisdictions all the time. We see that with our flock camera notifications. And my sense is that this technology like this lessens the man hours it requires to you know, keep all of us safe, and it enhances collaboration with our neighboring jurisdictions, especially when what's the number of arrests that it's over 90% that come the people who are arrested come from outside jurisdictions?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so it's really valuable to have that ability to quickly share data, especially when people can travel quickly between our jurisdictions. And then, you know, I don't personally have any fear of locking in a 10-year contract, but if another council came along and they wanted to not fund it, they could. Is that correct?
Yeah, Vice Mayor O'Brien, the contract will include a cancellation clause. And so if the department or city council decides that we want to cancel the contract, we can do that at any time with, typically we write in 30-day notice, something to that effect.
Okay. So, I mean, it's really the best of both worlds for us. It locks in the price and gives us built-in upgrades up to 4, and whether it's performance or I guess, you know, ideology or perspective, it can be canceled. So it's pretty good. And again, I think, I know at this stage it's hard to measure the cost savings versus the cost of the contract, but knowing my personal experience, and I have a lot of experience in this world of transcribing and doing rotoscoping and map tracking, it's incredibly arduous. It's my industry is suffering because they're sending it out to countries to, you know, basically have low-paid workers do that work instead of American labor. So I think it's a valuable tool. I appreciate that our other agencies on the west side are using it, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks to the public who made comments. Just to, I have a few questions, but just to follow up, all of the other West Side cities are using the same service that we had before us this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. They're using Axon cameras. I can't speak to what plan that they have with Axon, but they're utilizing the Axon cameras.
Okay. You did list some cities in the presentation, though. Am I remembering that incorrectly?
No, we did. Yes, Mayor.
Okay. And the ones that you mentioned are using the same subscription, or they just have the cameras?
We're just speaking to the cameras themselves.
Okay, just was trying to get clarity. I thought that they were utilizing the same exact, what was before us. Okay, appreciate that. And also, just to follow up on a question that the Vice Mayor just asked, is there any financial penalty with the 30-day cancellation that he asked about?
Mr. Slipper is indicating no, there is no financial implication.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, so I'm getting to my questions now. What are the current regulations on this software? Should it be implemented? Is it just the policy that the police department set forth, or are there some additional guardrails?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you please specify what software you're referring to?
So this package or this bundle that you're presenting for us to approve this evening, what are the guardrails around specifically? I'm going to ask more questions about where the data is stored, who accessed it, has the data ever been hacked, any of those kind of things. So are there current guardrails on this software that you could speak to?
Thank you, Mayor. I mentioned earlier some of the the law related to facial recognition, and again, just to reiterate, facial recognition is, we cannot use facial recognition with our, in conjunction with our body-worn cameras. We also have a facial recognition policy that governs any use of facial recognition on the investigative side. So that, in essence, is another guardrail, although again, it's illegal to use this video in conjunction with facial recognition. In terms of the data, so it's important to know that we, City of Culver City Police Department, own the data. It will not be shared with any entity unless we allow the data to be shared. I mentioned earlier and described kind of how that data sharing works. It's requested by another law enforcement agency, the DA's office, for example. We then allow the sharing, and that's all done via evidence.com. I hope that answers some of your questions. I'm sorry, in terms of the security. So as was mentioned before, the evidence.com meets the CJIS security standards, which stands for Criminal Justice Information Services. And the viewing and duplicating of any of our video is tracked. So just like we have in place now, every officer, every employee that has access to this video has a unique login and password to access the software, their back-end client, if you will, that kind of manages this video that we access the video through. And so any viewing of the video, any duplicating of the video, any sharing of the video is all tracked in the system, and you can see who's doing all of that via a unique identifier for each user. I hope that answers some of your questions, Mayor.
It does, thank you. Can you hear me if I sit back like this, or do I need to? Okay. Is there any anything in the policy when it isn't followed, or when if this software has or this package has the capacity to have any mistakes? Have any mistakes ever happened, or something is tagged wrong, or there's been any errors where it's been accidentally attributed to someone else? Because I know you talked a little bit about the self-tagging, so I'm just curious since this is the gold standard, if there had been some learnings or procedures around those things.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we have a very detailed policy currently that outlines the do's and don'ts with our current body-worn camera system, and that it covers everything that we've been discussing in terms of when the cameras should be on, when they, viewing the video, all of the things that we discussed related to that. Our intent is to continue to utilize that policy. It was well thought out. It included community input at the time when we created it and drafted it. It's a good policy. Certainly, there will need to be some changes because there are some minor differences in terms of functionality. But as far as the rules related to the use of these cameras and the viewing of the video, that's all going to be laid out in our policy. We have checks and balances that are currently in place related to ensuring that the policy is being followed. And when we discover that an officer has violated that policy, they are held accountable. So, for example, the most common mistake would be failing to turn on a camera when it was required to be turned on. Again, when that occurs, our officers are held accountable for that incident. And so we will continue to monitor it. I mentioned some of the functionality that this new software will have to help us in those efforts. We're excited about that because, again, the most important thing is these cameras are on when they should be to help with our accountability, transparency measures, collecting evidence that is so vital to our criminal investigations and ensuring that our officers are conducting themselves in a professional and appropriate way.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit more about, I know you said you're concerned about inflation and the cost as to justification as to why the contract was recommended to be for 10 years, but is there anything else that you'd like to offer, why you support us entering a 10-year contract?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the Vice Mayor described it really well earlier. This is really a win-win for our department, for our city, as far as I'm concerned. Not only are we getting locked into a 10-year contract, which is locking in today's prices, which will be very different in 10 years, but we also have the ability to cancel our contract at any time. And so again, I think we're getting the best of, we're protecting our city's interests by ensuring that there's a cancellation clause within the contract, while at the same time being fiscally responsible and locking in that price, which protects us from inflation and price increases.
Thank you. And I know, I'm sorry to jump back, but you mentioned it's illegal to use the facial recognition on the body cams, but is it the same on the dash cams or the other cameras that would be offered in this package?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the only other camera that's offered in this package is are the dash cams, and those, although I'm not 100% sure whether or not that it is illegal to use facial recognition with our dash cams, it certainly would be a violation of our policy.
But this is a policy that the police sets pretty much, I think you all do an annual review of your policies, or you revise it periodically?
Yes,
So
Mayor.
it could change so it could maybe change in the future. I'm not saying you're saying right now it's against the policy today, but it's illegal based on, or it's not pursuant to the policy that we have today on September 23rd, 2024.
Well, yeah, and theoretically, policies change and evolve. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see that all the time. Absolutely. Okay. So you mentioned we own the data, evidence.com. It's up to facetious security. I have to go back and get that acronym. Any viewing is tracked. Is there any process other than evidence.com or for the public? I don't know if the public can access or view that when data is released from the data that we own.
Thank you, Mayor. So we release data as required by law. So I think the most common example would be a public records request. So we receive a public records request for, a report or associated video related to an incident, we work with our city attorney's office to assess that request, and then we respond to it again as we are required to do so by law. And that's how we handle those incidents.
Thank you for clarifying. In terms of, so it's our data, is it housed internally, like with our own IT clouds and hubs, or is it housed somewhere else, someone else's cloud or home?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's housed in the cloud, and that's the extent of my knowledge. If Mr. Slipper would like to jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. Axon uses Microsoft Azure's government cloud, which is what we deem the most secure cloud platform available.
Thank you. Wait, don't leave. Remind me of the cloud, Microsoft.
Azure, A-Z-U-R-E.
And do we know of any issues with this cloud in the past? Any knowledge that you have as a representative of the company with any breaches or anything like that?
I can honestly say I'm not aware of any breaches, and I know that that's something that's happened with some other competitors and municipalities, but I'd say it's one of our strongest points.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was made aware by a member of the public about some ongoing litigation with this proposed company as it pertains to like price fixing and things like that, like artificially raising the price for body cams or sort of just in this field. I just want to ask if our department was aware of that, if that was considered in the analysis of who we were choosing to partner with, as it is something that was flagged to me by a community member.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. We are aware of it. In fact, we looked into the history of Axon and specifically the court cases that you mentioned. And what we found was that there have been at least 2 antitrust lawsuits that have been filed against Axon. And in one of those lawsuits, Axon prevailed. There is currently one additional lawsuit that involves multiple cities that is still working its way through court, so we don't have a resolution on that. But the allegation is, as you stated, well, it's an antitrust lawsuit, so the allegation is that Axon is creating a monopoly in the body-worn camera kind of landscape. As I mentioned before, we believe that there's a reason why the cameras are as popular as they are, and that's because it's the best product.
Thank you. And, I think as Councilmember Puza already mentioned this evening, our council majority already decided to move forward with body cameras, so this conversation isn't really about whether or not we move forward with body cameras. It's about which one we move forward with. And you did mention there were others, but this was the one, I think, in the presentation. But we got to those 3 that you reviewed through RFP or just through touching base with other departments. Just curious about the process of identifying that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So as we discussed over the past 6+ months, starting with our work plan, we field tested several different body-worn camera and in-car camera options. And one being Motorola, another one being Panasonic, and of course, Axon. And we spent a lot of time and energy and effort in giving each one of those products a fair shake and really working hard to determine which of those 3 products that I mentioned would be best for our department. What we found was, at the end of the day, it came down to 2 options, Panasonic and Axon. What we found was both cameras essentially do the same thing. They record high-quality video. What but there was a lot of technological functionalities that Axon has that, well, quite frankly, that it was far and away above the functionality of Panasonic. Just to name a few, most of these have already been mentioned, but one of the things that Axon cameras are able to do is live stream video. So currently, our watch commanders are the people who are in charge of everything that's happening in the field, our officers responding to calls and so forth, and managing all of that. They're able to live stream in-car camera video. And so that's really valuable when our officers are, say, for example, in pursuit. And so now our watch commanders can tap into that camera and view the pursuit in real time and make the determination, oftentimes, is this something that should continue or should I cancel this? What's happening? So forth. But we're not able to do that with the body cameras. In fact, the new version of the Panasonic body cameras aren't able to do that. This is the only camera that's able to live stream body-worn camera video. It's important to note that this would only be done during critical incidents. Again, like I talked about earlier, a pursuit is something that I would describe as a critical incident. And so now we have an officer who's involved in some sort of critical incident. Our watch commanders are able to live stream that video, which can do a lot to help keep our people safe if maybe an officer is not responding on the radio or who knows. And beside that, when we looked at these cameras and then we really started to look at what Axon offered, again, in a bundle package, we were looking to acquire all of this software. And when we did our best to break it down to an apples-to-apples comparison, what we found was that the cameras in and of themselves they cost about the same amount of money. If we were to try to, let's say, go with a Panasonic camera, but then purchase most or a lot of this technology or software from Axon or other vendors, not only would we now have a group of vendors that hopefully can work together, which is often challenging, but it would cost us, we estimate, 20% more to do that than it would to bundle with Axon's package. So not only are we getting the best product, but we're also saving money by bundling and obtaining a lot of this software that we were looking to obtain as well. One of the softwares that hasn't been talked about tonight, but I think it's a critical software for us because we spend so much time, community policing isn't just something that we talk about, the Culver City Police Department. It's ingrained in our culture. It's what we do. There's a software that's going to help us be better at that. It's called My90. This software is a community engagement software that not only helps to connect victims of crimes or people who have occasion to maybe your car gets stolen, your house gets broken into, now you have to call the police and a report is taken. Those individuals will receive updates on their case. They'll be sent the case number, be told this is where your case is in the process and so forth, and be kept up to date. But it will also request feedback from that community member on how we did. How was your service? What can we do better? And so we're really excited to implement that. Again, that's a software that we were looking at buying or obtaining. And we were happy to see it as part of this software package. So I hope that answers some of your questions, Mayor.
Thank you. And since we're talking about cost, do you know the price difference between the OSP 10 and the OSP 10 premium package?
I do not, Mayor.
And since you mentioned like apples to apples, do you know the breakdown in terms of what potentially the Panasonic bundle would look like? And we know this price point. So do you have that just for our information?
Only to the extent that, again, as I mentioned earlier, when we broke it down, again, these are approximations. What we estimated is that if we were to purchase all of the software options that we are receiving with this bundle package in an a la carte way, for lack of a better term, and then the cameras alone, it would cost us approximately 20% more than the price we're receiving with this bundle package.
Okay. Do we know if any other Culver City department uses technology for reportings of any, I know it wouldn't be apples to apples, but I know that other departments have reports. Does any other department utilize AI or AI tools to support their reporting? Do we know?
I can't speak to that, Mayor.
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
But people may be using it.
It could be, yeah. I just was wondering if it was common knowledge, since we're having such a robust forum this evening. Thank you for answering, and we don't know, so it could be. So it's my understanding that a key piece of this request is under the, not just the We Need body cameras, that it is going to be saving a lot of time. Is there a plan for the use of officer time, especially considering the significant increase? Or I consider it a significant increase, it might not be to others, so I'll just say from speaking from the I, for this program, or is there sort of a long-term evaluation of how we are investing in the department?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we're going to have to implement the technology and kind of see what that looks like. It's hard for me to speak to that now, not knowing exactly what those impacts are going to be. I can tell you if we just consider the redaction software alone, the young lady that was sitting here before you earlier tonight presenting the red light camera program, she's the person that spends hundreds of hours redacting video for public records requests. She also has under her purview several other sections within our department that require a significant amount of management time. And so relieving her of, or helping her and in the future, our records manager who is going to take over those duties from her, giving them the ability to work more efficiently and effectively to accomplish these tasks will then enable them to spend more time and energy in managing the sections that they have under their purview. So what that looks like, I can't speak to right now, but I'll certainly, that certainly will be something that we will continue to track and you know, maybe a year or two down the road, be able to speak more intelligently on.
Thank you for considering my question. And is the records manager that you just mentioned, that was the new role that was added in the last budget cycle?
That's correct, Mayor. Yes.
Okay, so we added a role specifically because of the public records influx, and now we're adding technology that will likely help lessen that workload. I'm trying to remember, that person was almost at 6 figures, right? If I remember correctly, I'm not looking, I don't have that part of the notes pulled up.
Yes, so the role was added for a variety of reasons. It's, you know, again, to manage our record section, that's their role. And yes, as part of their duties, they're going to take over the public records request fulfillment duties that is currently being handled by one of our lieutenants.
Okay, thank you. I think those are, and so thank you so much to the entire police department and the chief here for presenting this information. Thanks again to the community. So just to be quick with my remarks, again, this is more of a conversation about how we move forward, as there were 3 votes to proceed with this type of technology. So I just always, with these kind of issues, just amplifying and centering on the core value that we belong to one another. And I really encourage us to expand our capacity to care about the experience of our neighbors and really center the opportunity that just because someone else's experience is not your own, that you still, you still are accountable to it. We are still responsible for it. And we still, we do what we can to make sure that we're meeting our neighbors where they are. So, and I say that specifically because it was really heartbreaking to hear in this space, someone saying, don't do anything to need a body camera, or I don't do something that, that requires a body camera, so, I'm not worried. And I think that gets into, the presumption that if someone has a contact with law enforcement, then they are automatically doing something wrong. When we do look at our data, we do see the disproportionality there. So I want us to expand our capacity to be empathetic and know that our experience with law enforcement is not the same as everyone else's. Again, this is, just lifting that up because I think it's important. Specifically, I think this was an interest. Last Monday, I had MacArthur Genius and director of the UCLA Information Studies Program. She also wrote a book called Algorithms of Oppression, come to speak to a group of neighbors about algorithms of oppression, a book that she wrote. She has been a leader in the information space, really evaluating AI technologies and really examining and, for a long time, people just thought that, the internet was just a neutral force. And we know now, due to leadership like Dr. Sophia Noble, that that is not the case, that there's a lot of biases that go into the programming that we have. And while AI and the programming and the algorithms that humans make does speed things up, we do have to be so careful with it. We have to be careful, we have to be intentional about it. There's something that came up also in this room tonight about AI is learning or the technology is learning. The technology is not learning, it is doing what human beings have coded it to do. So I also just want us to be careful about making programming or inputs sentient. They do not think, they do not learn. The humans are learning and they're programming them in that way. But that doesn't mean that those programs cannot output harmful things. And we know if folks are watching closely in the AI space, there is a lot that is concerning. There is a lot of bias. There is a lot of things that are concerning. So I caution us today in this room. Body cameras are one thing. And again, I just lift up that it has not had the intended impact of minimizing police violence at all. And was sort of the origin of why there was an explosion of body cameras and policing in this country, because it was supposed to reduce police violence and reduce harm. And a lot of times we just have it on camera now, which causes a lot of trauma to a lot of communities who have to see that violence, on their phones and on the news. So I say all that to say, I think we must be careful. This is absolutely surveillance, which is defined as close observation. This is close observation of what we are doing, and it has been over the past, 2 years, a really explosion in technology and resources to our police department. Even since I've been on the council for the past 4 years, there's been it's just been really wild to kind of see. I am glad that, through a bunch of different investments, we're seeing, different things happening in our community that has folks feeling, safer. We've expanded in housing and all these other things that are, that are impacting how safety shows up in our community. But I do think I'm concerned about, every quarter, there's an email in our boxes about, oh, your data was breached from this bank, or your data was breached here, or this, and I worry about the efficacy of ensuring that the things that happen in our community, how safe is it if everything is under, and what kind of community are we building if this is the vision, that everything is, recorded, and what happens with that, knowing that there's already tons of questions about our data as it exists. And I just have a lot of questions. So I would support Councilmember Puza's compromise motion, because as it's already been stated, it has been decided to move forward with body cameras. I do have more questions, and I think that have been answers shared about the next steps for the surveillance or this expanded recording. Even just for an example, when I was in college, I guess almost 15 years ago at this point, everybody was doing Turnitin, and you would upload your essay into Turnitin to see if if you cheated or something, or you pulled from somewhere that you shouldn't have. They have later, I think in the past 5 years, they've sold all of that data, and we don't know. I don't want anyone to see my old, college essays, but we just don't know where things are going. And I don't know, and again, there are many paths to safety. Culver City, I think, we see that, anytime something happens in our community, there's a press release, and it's very rare, we don't get them often, and that's really great, and that's wonderful. We want to make sure our community is safe, but is this investment the best path to safety for our community, for our 5.2 square miles, for our 41,000 residents, approximately, for our daytime population of, I think it's 60,000, or police always share, I think 66, I don't know, something like that, maybe a little more. But I do think in a time of deficit, where we have agreed to move forward with certain technologies like body cameras, I don't know if we need every bell and whistle, particularly in that every department doesn't have the opportunity to have this level of investment all the time. And I often wonder why that is, when many departments support the overall safety of our community. So I just, in bringing that in the space, again, I'm happy to support moving forward with a sort of pared down, less surveillance focused body camera, because again, if the purpose is trying to make sure that there's transparency, et cetera, we can get that with what we, with the scaled down model. I just have a lot of questions with the rush to increase surveillance, especially in light of, the license plate readers, the darts that we just did, and I'm blinking on something else that was recently adopted by our council majority. But I do just caution us, because is this meeting, is this narrowly tailored enough to the needs in our community? When is it enough? When is it enough? When will we achieve safety enough to, meet our needs? And I worry about the continual expansion. And I think that neighbors also share that. So I don't know if Councilmember Puza, you want to make a motion?
Mayor, before we have a point of clarity, 1 second, please. You say the current majority council, when was body cameras first adopted, 2016 or 2017?
2016 or 2017 is when they
There was
were
a previous
voted on.
council, several councils ago, actually, that body-worn cameras were voted on, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
And I think the daytime population is something over 200,000, I would say, not 60,000.
Yeah, we estimate 200,000 to 300,000.
Okay. And I don't know the alternative, if we want to do away with body-worn cameras altogether, I think is a different topic. But to say that this council majority approved the body-worn cameras is, I don't think, a correct statement. Thank you.
Chief Sims, when did we last have a conversation about body cams? When was that? When did we last vote on that?
I believe, we've been before council for a grant to apply for a $200,000 grant that was mentioned earlier to help pay for the body cameras. And we Also came before council during the budget process and discussed body-worn camera funding. Those are the two that come to mind for me.
So that was all in 2024, and I think I'd have to look back at my notes, but again, continued investment and continued voting is what I was referencing. So thank you for the clarity, Councilmember Vera. I know that's very important for you. Councilmember Puza,
I think
anything
clarity
else?
is important for everyone, but you're welcome.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that response. We needed that. Councilmember,
Okay,
did you have a
point of
motion?
order, I call the question. I made a motion.
When did you make a motion, Councilmember Erickson?
Go. Yeah,
And was there a second?
there was, and then something happened to it. But it was Vice Mayor.
It was mine. I wasn't sure which motion was on the floor at that point.
Okay,
So was it Councilmember Erickson's?
yes.
Okay, I would like to keep the second.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second, and is that for the approval of the 10-year agreement as written? Yes? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Erickson and a second by Councilmember O'Brien to approve a 10-year agreement with Axon Enterprise to provide body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, electronic control devices, and Axon Enterprise proprietary software in an amount not to exceed $4.9 million, and authorize the city attorney to review, prepare the necessary documents, and authorize the city manager to execute such documents on behalf of the city. Please vote. Members have voted. The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Councilmember Puza and Mayor McMorrin.
Thank you. We're moving on to A3.
Dana is.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Shelley Wolfberg, Assistant to the City Manager, and I am here to present a discussion and, if desired, adoption of a proposed statement of land acknowledgement recommended by the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, also known as ERAC, or a different statement of land acknowledgement, and provide direction to the City Manager as deemed appropriate. And this is per the council's request tonight. The city council's is asked to consider adopting the statement of land acknowledgement, which I will read, or consider a different statement. The statement of land acknowledgement would be read at the beginning of every council meeting. Before I go on, I want to state that Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director, is online also in case there's some questions that could help us. Let's see. The proposed statement acknowledges Indigenous tribes as the original inhabitants of Culver City. The process involved extensive research and community engagement by ERAC. So as a result, ERAC recommends a statement that honors the historical and cultural significance of the land to the Indigenous tribes and encourages respect and care for the land. The statement will, I can read the statement now. And this would be read before every council meeting. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous, the Keech Nation, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California, the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Nation, and the Gabrielino Tongva Tribe. This region holds profound historical and cultural significance for these tribes, who called it home long before the arrival of settlers. Member of this area's Tongva tribes refer to this land as Tongva Gar, acknowledging it as the original homeland of the Gabrielino Tongva people. The Kizh Nation refers to this area as Saagna, meaning the place of the pitch tar, and identifies it as the ancestral home of the Gabrielino people, who were named after San Gabriel Mission. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacy. So, per the City Council's request, there's an opportunity to discuss this matter tonight and provide direction to the city manager. And I'm available for any questions, and so is Ms. Anderson. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on this item?
We do. We have 2 speakers.
Can we hear the speakers? Thank you.
Our first speaker is Daryl Minthy.
Good evening, Council. I obviously appreciate the sentiment behind the land acknowledgement. And like almost everyone else here, I think it is very appropriate to do something to acknowledge the historic wrong in the dispossession of Native peoples. But this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and I think I challenge everyone to think more deeply about our California history. There was a second great dispossession that took place here in California, and I'm speaking of the dispossession of Spanish-speaking people. The United States conquered this land in the War of 1846 to 1848, and there's never been any justification for the conquest of California beyond the shabby doctrine of manifest destiny. And the legacy of that conquest is the economic and political marginalization of Spanish-speaking people to this day. Again, it's important to acknowledge the history, but it takes very little political courage to apologize to the Gabrielino or to the Tongva, who are few in number and politically powerless today, especially because there is sort of a sorry, not sorry aspect to this. We read it and then quickly go back to governing. But it would be an act of political courage for this council to say clearly to the 40% of Californians who are Latinos, to say, we acknowledge that this was Mexico. This was Mexico. And the continuing political and economic marginalization of Latinos is an enduring shame, and we can do something about it. We can talk in Hispanic Heritage Month about really talking about inclusion and about Latino power in this town. Look around us. These are all the faces of the conquerors. Since it's Hispanic Heritage Month, I think it would be an appropriate time to think more deeply as well about the history of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments on the Native acknowledgement. I think it's an excellent thing to do. You might take a look at the verbiage. It's a little bit long, and I think if you want people to listen to it, if you're going to read it, you might be able to trim it a bit. But it is very nice to make an acknowledgement. I also think that, I would say that's a basic comment. I would look at it. I'd wonder also if it needs to be, would it be every city council meeting or perhaps once a month? Or these meetings seem to go on a bit long for me. Maybe everyone else doesn't think so. I think you guys do a pretty good job moving it along as best you can. But things that add time to the meeting, I wonder about maybe in writing this would be good, or a plaque somewhere also, or maybe just, like I say, once a month or some other way to, a little bigger or different, more holistic way to make an acknowledgement might be worth looking at along with that. You're just trimming it a little bit so that people will actually listen when it is, if it's read or read out loud or read on the document. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. And thanks, staff and ERAC for really going through all of this. You know, when we sent it out, it was one paragraph, came back quite a lot larger than that one paragraph we sent out. And I agree with one of the speakers, Mr. Menfie's sort of thoughts. I understand the reasoning behind this. Maybe we can do something independent and separate of. But I was wondering, you said this would be read at every council meeting. And maybe, I don't know, Mr. Siegel, I think, brought up, and I was thinking of this earlier, to create, we have a blank wall over there. I think there's a fire extinguisher hanging on it or something, but make a mural or something depicting some of Gabrielino and Tonga Nation sort of heritage, and then having this statement written on the wall or a plaque or something where we can make reference to it and then have people review it or read it on their own. Other than that, I see the need, and I'll support it. I just was wondering if we could do something along those lines so it doesn't have to be read in every council meeting. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the ERAC. So we had one paragraph, and we felt it needed to be changed, or the council felt that. And we're getting sort of this half page back, and the suggestion to read it at every meeting. For me, that was disappointing that ERAC couldn't sort of come up with something that's a little more practical. So that's that. On the other hand, being a European, I don't get this. For me, this is, do you know my hometown actually has changed ownership 7 times between the Danes, the Norwegians, and the Swedes. And before that, it was all Vikings. You know, and Poland has been moved back and forth several times during the First World War and Second World War. And you can look at all over Europe, you have that. And the thing is that when you look back, it creates problems, right? It creates conflicts, it creates war, like Russia saying that, oh, Ukraine is ours, you know, look back here, you know, 100 years, that was really ours then, right? Or 50 years. And we're going to take it back. You know, for me, I didn't grow up here. I don't really understand the whole concept here, because what we're saying is, thank you. Like, you know, thank you, you know, for the nice bike you maintained and kept. And now we took it, and we're not going to give it back. You know, that's really what it is. Like, we acknowledge that they were here. We came in, we took it. In a way, that's so odd for me, right? I agree that, you know, history is important. It's very important, right? So I wouldn't mind having something that actually explains the whole, you know, from there until the Spanish came in the, you know, 1500s, and then Mexico became a nation throughout the Spanish, and then the U.S. Took California together with New Mexico and you know, some other of the southern states in 1846 to 1849. But I'm sorry, it's like we're looking back instead of looking forward. It is what it is. History is terrible. All shit happens all the time. We have people here who are concerned about what's going on in the Middle East, right? You know, it's sort of, it's an awful world. we as humans are not very human. And but this thing looking back and sort of, oh, this was ours, or that was theirs, and so on, and trying to sort of excuse yourself or correct it, is for me really strange. A historical description of what has happened here in California, I think, a mural or whatever, that perfect. I think that's educational. It's fantastic because, the Spaniards were here for several hundred years, and then Mexico threw them out, right? And then the French invaded Mexico, but the Mexicans beat them in the battle at Pueblo. So, it's constantly been this sort of fight about geography. I don't think we should promote that. We should look forward. We should look at the positive. So I think that doing something like describing the history and the history for our, little plot, Culver City, in this whole area, that would be interesting, I think. That would be valuable. And then leave it at that, and then look forward and see how we can better ourselves, how we can learn from that and not repeat any mistakes, and sort of take in the values that each owner of this land has had over time, and maybe, pick some good stuff here and there. That I think we should do. But every meeting, reading this is performative. Means nothing. So I'm sad. I think that Councilmember Vera might have something that would make sense. But and I know, I'm not born here. I didn't go to school here. I did all my schooling in Europe and studied sort of, in that culture and that history and all that stuff, right? But as I said, my hometown changed ownership 7 times. And before that, it was Vikings. We don't have any land acknowledgement or anything, right? Because, we've been looking forward and trying to make the best out of where we are and be neighborly to everyone and really, work with everyone around us. So thank you. So I could sort of see that what Councilmember Vera says, that it might have some value. We should then involve probably the Historical Society to produce something. Maybe there can be a project for the high school to produce a, presentation of sort that could be permanent. But this statement is worse than the one we had first time. Thank you.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff, and thanks to the public comments. And thanks to ERAC for all of the work that went into this so far. I appreciate the work that was done reaching out to the tribal nations. I think it was very essential and important to include their thoughts and voice in this statement. In order to move forward, we have to atone for the past, and how we tell and understand our history is important in the United States, and specifically in the Los Angeles region. A land acknowledgement is important because it recognizes and honors the indigenous people who have historically stewarded the land and continue to maintain a relationship with it. In Culver City, the statement would acknowledge the past injustices and promote awareness of histories and the contributions of the Gabrielino Tongva people that are often overlooked or erased. So it's a stepping stone for future conversations and actions. I am wondering if my colleagues would entertain 2 versions, because I want to respect and honor the work of ERAC. But version 1 would be a more brief version to be read at the beginning of meetings. So that would be the first sentence of the first paragraph, and then the last paragraph. And then version 2 would be used in written documents and other places. And so we can honor the work of the committee and of staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. I don't normally take in as much of what my colleagues and the folks say. Thanks for the comments from the community. You know, things like this that get passed down to our subcommittees and the staff, I personally lean on the work that they do to come up with the, whatever they're tasked with producing, and kind of generally trust it. But contextually, and just thinking, my wife, formerly a fourth grade teacher, and knowing how the mission projects, I think, have gone away because of, it's like a celebration of enslavement and what happened to the Native people in California, and, not acknowledging that, and then all the history that Mr. Menthe and my colleague, Councilmember Erickson said, it does feel really incomplete. I came here, reading the report and saying, I'm not acutely aware of the history, and just trust, in the fact that, as Councilmember Puza said, the ERAC consulted with the tribal leaders. I appreciate that. But I think it needs greater context. And it can't, I agree with what many people said. I timed Ms. Wolfberg's recital. It was 1 minute and 45 seconds. And it was read at a pretty normal pace. So it's pretty long to read. And not having the context of the history after it, it just seems unfair. And I was thinking, along the lines of what Mr. Siegel said, and Councilmember Vera putting what is here on paper or plaque out front, and that's where it could live, instead of reading this long thing. I appreciate Councilmember Puza's idea of the amended version or the abridged version for reading. But again, I go back to the feeling that it's important to have the broader context of all of this. And I'm kind of leaning in that direction. I want to hear what the mayor has to say, and what maybe Councilmember Vera has some other thoughts on this. But that's kind of where I'm going with this. I know there's been a lot of time spent on it, but if we're going to, do a proclamation or a regular reading, or have something in place in the council chambers, it should really be done, done right. I think this was done thoughtfully. I'm not saying that. So I'm going to listen to what others have to say. Thank you.
Thank you to staff. Thank you for the ERAC, and thanks for the community comments. I am grateful that our Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, I think it was a subcommittee, did outreach to our indigenous tribes and bands to get feedback on the 3-sentence acknowledgement that was presented to us last December. I do just want to offer in this space as well that offering support or acknowledgement to one group doesn't mean that we withhold our support for other groups, despite the timing of the month or anything. And I definitely encourage and have encouraged for the city to support as many of our communities here as possible, and I intend to continue that advocacy. Also, just a shameless plug for more folks to read Heather McGee's The Sum of Us. It's a really important book, and it shows that supporting inclusion does not mean that we are taking away from other groups. It is better for all of us when we stand for more folks being seen. And again, I'm just grateful that the outreach came back, and I assume that with this outreach and this finalized statement, it means that, you know, those bands and Indigenous groups supported this statement. And I think that there's really, you know, there's a there asking for folks that are directly impacted by some of the harmful outcomes to provide impact, and they gave impact. And then there's some tension in honoring that. So I just want to kind of name that in this space because when did we start doing the anti-hate statement, which is probably about maybe like a minute. I don't know, maybe about a minute. And I'm really grateful, and that wasn't like a formal vote, but I'm great, I can't remember if it was a formal vote, but grateful that it is something that is incorporated into every council meeting. And now for the next couple of weeks, we'll have a candidate statement. So that's adding maybe another minute, another 2 minutes. I don't think that, I always kind of trying to take a step back and think about what the harm is and how it might benefit folks. So I don't think that the harm here of another potential minute really harms the collective that much. And maybe it is something that provides an opportunity for a community member to do a Google search, go to the library, inquire about a little bit more about the history of our community in which we live and how we got here today. And maybe that's a piece of it. And I also just want to add to the conversation, you know, every LASA commission meeting that I go to, land acknowledgement is read, as well as a labor acknowledgement, which I think is really cool because it talks about the disproportionate labor of women and traditionally marginalized groups. So it kind of covers a lot of bases in that. But anyway, and that doesn't take much time. It's also read in every board of supervisors meeting. So I don't know, maybe we just expand the capacity for us to have an additional couple of minutes to acknowledge how we arrived here. I do appreciate the fact that Councilmember Puza kind of offered an abbreviated version, but I do think that there's something to honoring the fact that folks who were directly impacted gave us some feedback. So I'm torn there, not honoring, even though we asked for them to give feedback. We asked for ERAC to do this work, and they came back and provided it. So I kind of wish we could support that and support the Indigenous folks and the tribes and bands that gave us that feedback. But if there is a resistance in lieu of not having anything said at all, because I really sincerely hope that that is not the outcome this evening. If folks are feeling very strongly about this, I don't know how many sentences it is, maybe, I don't know, 10, I don't know. I didn't go through and count that quickly. But if there is resistance to reading these couple of paragraphs, potentially, you know, I would support moving forward with the amendment that Councilmember Puza lifted up. But I do think it is not that much time. I think that words are really powerful, particularly in the history of our community here in Culver City. And if we can do a little bit to make folks feel seen and maybe make folks a little bit more curious about how we arrived here today, I think that that is a contribution that we shouldn't pass up. So I think, are we going to go back around briefly? I'll go back to Councilmember Vera. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments. I still stand by, I think, you know, rather than just words that we read at the beginning of a meeting and then it sort of gets, it's like muscle memory. We go through the motions without really any meat behind it. I still stand by maybe redacted a condensed version, whether it be Councilmember Puza's recommendation or something else that council feels right, but also creating something that we can memorialize here in chambers, whether it's on that wall or whether in front lobby. You know, we have all these documents on the wall, whether it's the Constitution or whatnot, that are there, that are memorialized, so we can all take a look at them on a daily basis. God forbid we're here on a daily basis, but whenever we're here, that we can do the same for this and sort of, recognize and honor them in a daily way, as opposed to just words that we read. We know when we start reading things, people just sort of gloss over it. They're in another world thinking about whatever else, and it's just at the end of the day, turns out to be words. So maybe a motion to, well, let's pass around and see what they think about the redacted or condensed version. Those are my thoughts, and if we can come up with a version, I'd be more than happy to make a motion. And then also, maybe like Vice Mayor said, bringing high school students in, or our artist laureate or something where we can really memorialize, I think, what the intent of this should be. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, I think it's performative, and I know that that seems to be a trend to do a lot of performative things, and I don't like that. I think you should do something that actually has some meaning to it. So, and these statements are purely performative, because if you really mean it, give the land back. That's really what you say, but you don't say that last sentence in any of this, right? Because that's not going to happen. We know that. So it's purely performative. And so I thought that Councilmember Vera had a good idea that we maybe could do something that actually depicts the history over, for the last 500 years or 1,000 years, or how far back we want to go, and depict really the different peoples that's been here, different cultures that have been here. I think that would be a little more, because that can actually be used as an educational tool for people to realize, our history in this little area. But to just have these statements and read them every time is purely performative.
Councilmember Puzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that words have power and meaning. It's important to think about the origins of our country, how we got here, what we're doing here, and where we're going. We say the Pledge of Allegiance at every meeting. We're saying the same words over and over again. We need to have a more accurate understanding of our country. And so this is a way of, adding more context and layers and to the tapestry of our country. We have Hispanic Heritage Month, we have Black History Month, we have Pride Month that is adding to so many layers. And so this is one more layer that just adds to so much of the diversity of our country. And so this is a way to honor that original occurrence that happened, the horrible thing that happened in the beginning of our country. And so I think it's just a reminder and a way to pay respects for that. So saying that, I think the abbreviation is fine. I'll still support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I think it sounds like Councilmember Vera and Puza are on the same page. What's missing from Councilmember Puza's motion that Councilmember Vera offered up and kind of Councilmember Erickson is memorializing the longer version in some way in written form in the chambers or out front. And I'd like to, I see Ms. Parrish is in the room. Maybe there's an opportunity to build on this and have a more complete history down the road. I know we can't formally direct Historical Society to do that, but I'd like to look at that in the future. So I'm going to agree with the motion brought forward by Councilmember Puza to have two versions, one that's in written form, that's the full statement, and then the one that is read, that is the first sentence and the last paragraph. And then I'd like to add, making an effort to memorializing it somewhere in the chambers or in the front of the City Hall. Thank you.
All right. So it sounds like there's a motion. I do want to lift up that framing is really, really important. We haven't talked about this, but if y'all look to my left, your right, for those who are in the room, I talked a lot from this dais what it meant for me to look at the top row of former mayors and what that communicated to me and potentially to folks who come to our council meetings about who was welcome in the space, who was supposed to be a person of authority in this room. And not too long ago, the second row was added. And while there are many commonalities with that first row with the second, there are some fresh faces there as well, some more diversity, which is really lovely. We didn't vote on that. I know that Historical Society also had some input and had supports in terms of updating the wall and wanted it to be a complete project, but there were some portraits missing. These things might be small to some people, but they do matter to others. And so I also think that the framing and the impact and the things that we can control in these chambers and our community are incredibly important. So, you know, and I love there is a land back movement that folks chat about, and we have talked about the potential of having a conversation about reparations in this chamber before. So that is still, you know, it doesn't look exactly like giving everything back, but there are conversations being held across the United States around what that conversation looks like. So, you know, all it takes is, you know, we can have these kind of conversations if that's a desire. I know that the Racial Equity Action Plan is happening right now as well. But it does matter. Small things matter, things that we have control over in Culver City, you know, that have that impact. And I think particularly that Indigenous Peoples Day is coming up. There is some overlap with Hispanic History Month, but we don't control the calendar there. But it would be great if we were able to incorporate an abbreviated version in our meetings moving forward. And while it might not mean a lot to a lot of people, it might for some in our community, and that's what it's all about. And hopefully we're bringing awareness about this issue to, you know, more folks as well. So I think there's a motion on the table. I don't know if there's a second.
Just so we clear the motion for the shorter version with addition to my recommendation of crafting something either in chambers or out in the lobby.
Vice Mayor, can you reread your motion, or what do you have, City Clerk?
I thought it was, I'll go ahead and do it if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you made a motion, you didn't?
I thought it was Freddie, but it's fine.
Did you make a motion?
No one's made a
Is there
motion
any
yet.
motion?
Okay.
We have no motion yet.
I will throw a motion out there. To adopt the land acknowledgement that we have and use in written form, and also adopt an abridged version, which includes only the first sentence and the last paragraph to be read at council meetings, and also to memorialize the entire statement in written form, either in the council chambers or in the lobby of City Hall.
And I'll second that motion if you want to.
Mayor, for the record, it may be helpful maybe if staff could read what that will actually look like, the shorter version, if that pleases the council.
Assistant City Manager, do you mind reading that out?
Absolutely. Excuse me. The revised language would read, "The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies."
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Council Member Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Council Member Erickson.
We're going to move on to A4.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays. On March 21st, 2024, the City Council requested staff return with an item to consider appointment of a city historian. The previous city historian, Julie Lugo-Serra, passed away in 2023 after serving as city historian for nearly 27 years. Ms. Serra had a strong interest in educating the community about its history, even before being named city historian. The city named her honorary Culver City historian because of her ongoing efforts to educate the city about its history, such as serving as president of the Historical Society, speaking to community groups, school children and visitors to City Hall about the city's history, and publishing articles and books about the city's history. Staff recommends that the City Council discuss and provide direction to the city manager on the appointment of a city historian.
That concludes your report.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
I believe we just have one.
Okay.
However, I'm not seeing Ron Ostrin online or in council chambers.
Okay. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, and thank you for the staff report. Just one, I know it's a small thing, but just moving forward, if we make sure on Julie's name, if we spell it correctly, just for her family and whatnot. I know it seems minute, but might be important to family members, just so.
Absolutely, I apologize for that.
Yeah, no worries. Accidents happen, and I should have brought it up privately, but it just came to mind right now, so my apologies. I mean, for me, it's the discussion is there. I know currently our Historical Society president, Hope Parrish, has been really taking an active role in filling in some of the blanks and really jumping into this and helping out the city in all ways possible. I'd like to bring her name forward as the potential next historian. That's it for my comments, really. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Okay, thank you. I can follow up on that, and I actually will make a motion that the council ask the city manager to inquire as to whether or not Ms. Paris is interested in this honorary designation? And if so, bring it back to us. That would be my motion.
Councilmember Puzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the staff report. We just discussed the importance of history. The retelling of history is being debated across the country, so this is a very important topic. The city also just engaged in a historical context study, which shed light on our city's history. It was difficult to see it in the light, but it needs to happen in order for us to grow in a healthy manner. Mrs. Sarah was a unique situation. She had a direct familial connection to the city's past, and she knew that part of the city, part of the history well. So it was a great benefit to our city. The Culver City Historical Society started in 1980. Their mission is to collect, preserve, and exhibit the history of Culver City and its cultural and civic accomplishments. And I think they've been doing an amazing job with very limited resources. So the question is, do we need a city historian in addition to Historical Society, and what would the role of that be, and how would that differ from the Historical Society? So I'm very open to this idea. I do think we need this. I would like to see this happen. I think we need, some kind of formal job description or, role description to flesh it out. I was just looking at other cities and, who have city historians or town historians. They do things like research and writing, archiving and historic preservation, teaching and public presentations. I know this is all, and a lot of these things are included in what Mrs. Sarah did. Commemorations, so any kind of Culver City specific events or dates. So like I said, I'm very open to this idea. I appreciate Mrs. Parrish and the work that she's done in the city and with the Historical Society. And I think we need to flesh out more of the details of what the specifics of the role. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. I've had the pleasure and honor of knowing both Julie and Hope. Miss Sarah was, Lugo Sarah was, our historian. She walked it, she talked it, and Hope is the same. If you want to know anything of the history of Culver City, that's who you go to. I support Councilmember Erickson's motion, and I also agree with Councilmember Puzo that we need to define what that is. We did receive public comment from Julie Lugo, Sarah's daughter, that mentioned the same, that it would be good to have some definition of what that role might be. So I would appreciate that to be included, along with what Councilmember Erickson put forward. Thank you.
Thank you for the staff report, and grateful for this item being before us. I appreciate the fact that, this role is created, a lot about history and making sure that retelling it has been a part. So I want to preface my statements with that. I do think one of the opportunities that the city has is kind of formalizing some of our processes and just being, transparent about what we are doing. So I do think that there should be a role described. So maybe this could be in the format of something like how we do the artist laureate or how we select people to do certain things. There should be a term. There just needs to be more specificity around it. Ms. Parrish will, given her qualifications and service to the city and just who she is, she would likely be a shoo-in to whatever we describe for this role. But I do think it speaks to how we move as a city. If we're just sort of defaulting to folks, I think processes are really important. I think transparency is really important. And in those things, it probably wouldn't take too long to maybe look at a couple of other cities and their descriptions of city historian, make a formal recommendation. But it looks a little like we just love Ms. Parrish and we're just going to give it to her because she's great. There should be a little bit of a process, or I'm in favor of having a process, just in favor of equity and transparency and accountability. And again, if it ends up being Ms. Parrish, which it sounds like it's going to be, definitely support her leadership and her continued service to the city. But my vote would really be to be very clear about what the expectations are, and making sure that not only are we celebrating Ms. Parrish's leadership, but we're also looking to who's going to be the next person. What if someone is aspiring to do this kind of work? What are the things that they have to do to get ready for this work? Should they intern at the Historical Society? Can they support the city historian? Are there things that we are building out to support the sustainability of this role? So it's not, so that there's a process. So while I'm really excited that that Ms. Parrish might be interested in assuming this role, I really would encourage us as the city and as the policymakers to establish a framework around what is expected around this role. And again, we would be thrilled, or I would be thrilled, to have Ms. Parrish in it. But I do think we should have our due diligence in establishing a framework around what is expected, and being very clear with our community about that as well. So that is my pair of pennies as it pertains to this. I think there might be already consensus to move forward with the direct appointment, but so okay.
No, it was not an appointment.
Right, I don't think there's
So there was a recommendation for her to be nominated, correct? That's what
So my motion was this, that the council asked
honorary designation, I think.
ask the city manager to inquire as to whether or not Mrs. Parrish is interested in this honor designation, and then bring that back to us.
But then also
Because
add-
Brown Act, the way this is phrased, we cannot appoint someone today, and we shouldn't. And then it comes back, and then there can be comments. And I want to point out also, this is a purely honorary position. There is no money, there is no nothing. This is just an honorary position, right? So those have a tendency to be developed to what the person who has that honorary title wants to make it, right? So I don't know if you can put so much of demand on that, right? Then we have to start paying maybe. Anyhow, so my motion was that because I think that's how we need to do it, and then the headline of this item doesn't allow us to appoint, right? It's sort of, so not today.
Okay.
And then did the vice mayor have an addition to that?
It looks like your light is on. I don't hear him. Did you have something you wanted to say? Your light is not on.
I'm going to withdraw my addition. I thank Councilmember Erickson for reiterating what he stated and clarifying the parameters. And I'll just say it's not a part of the motion, but just I think as an honorary position, Ms. Parrish can maybe help define what this could be in the future.
There you go. I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson and a second from Vice Mayor O'Brien. please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes 4 ayes with 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
Thank you. Moving on to A5. Thank you.
Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Shelley Wolfberg, Assistant to the City Manager. The title of this item for A5 is a discussion to potentially adopt a position or take no position on Measure A, the citizens-initiated Los Angeles County Affordable Housing, Homelessness Services, and Affordable Housing Transactions and Use Tax Ordinance, which will appear on the November 5th 2024 ballot and provide some direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. An overview of Measure A. Measure A proposes a 0.50%, 0.50% sales tax for affordable housing and homelessness services, replacing the expiring Measure H's 0.25% tax. It will appear on the November 5th ballot, as I mentioned, and the purpose of Measure A is to significantly reduce homelessness and increase affordable housing in Los Angeles County. This measure is expected to generate approximately $1.06 billion annually with funds allocated to various homelessness and housing programs. The additional quarter-cent sales tax in Culver City is estimated to generate $5.7 million annually for the county. Based on the city's analysis of the legislative text, Measure A is expected to generate approximately $97 million in local solution fund revenues, which are required to be allocated to cities via formula based on the city's point in time or pit count. Based on this analysis, using the city's 2023 pit count, Culver City would receive approximately $330,000 annually. However, this estimated amount may change as the city's pit count changes. So at the August 8th, 2024 Westside City Council of Governments meeting, there was a request from a council member and board member from another city as a board member of the COG to take action and support this initiative at the next Westside City's COG meeting on October 10th, 2024. So just to reiterate, this is a citizen-led initiative, and you can decide some options for the city council to inform our representatives, Councilmember Arison and Vice Mayor O'Brien, would be some instruction as to whether support or oppose or remain neutral on Measure A. And if you want to provide any other direction, this would be a great time to do it. Thanks.
Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes. So we have 2 people signed up to speak.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Richard Burns.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I had spoke on this topic earlier.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and community at large. I have a question about A5. I've spoken on a couple of occasions to our leadership, and I want to know if Measure A, being a county measure, is going to impact Culver City by taking more money out than it gives back. How does this actually work, and how would the city opt out? And would this measure still allow Culver to put away its own resources for its own uses? We need to see how we need to reapportion our funds, because the way it's going, homelessness for all of the region is a bottomless bucket, and we need to stop putting good money after bad. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Shelley, for the staff report. Quick question, in terms of, you said how much with our pit count this year would the city be allocated? 333,000, or what was it?
Yes, correct, 333,000 annually. And this might change if our pit count changes, yes.
Seems like an awful small amount in comparison to what is being generated, but I get it, it's beyond the scope of Culver City. We have to think, I think, on a larger scope in terms of housing and how we're going to collaborate with the rest of our community to build that affordable housing and to really take a bite out of homelessness. I wish there was a way to capture and retain some more of that money for the city, especially since we're doing, I think, a lot more than some of our other neighboring communities in terms of what we're providing and what we're offering and what we're doing with wraparound services. That being said, I get it, and I'll support this. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting, and I understand the carpenters here and their interest, absolutely. I have a number of concerns. So we have had Proposition H for 7 years, and we have contributed about $35–40 million from our city in that sales tax, and we have gotten less than $1 million back. With this measure, we add another $5.5 million a year. So basically, $11 million a year is what we're going to contribute from activities, financial activities in our city, sales tax activities, right? So 11 million, and we hear from staff we're going to get a guarantee of $330,000 back. When this whole thing was starting to be put together by United Ways, there was a group of cities that sort of negotiated on behalf of both contract cities and the Independent City Association, because we wanted a real guaranteed local return, right? And that was listened to, but not more. There was no consideration. No one really cared about that. And the problem for me is that we have had Proposition H for 7 years. And those money have more or less disappeared somewhere because there is very, very little of actual result at the street level that can be shown. And this is like, it would be, we asked for, we just asked for a 25% local return. We thought that was sort of reasonable. But no, that couldn't be. Playing around with the formulas and everything, now maximum 9% could go back to cities out of this money. So it is like, problematic in the sense that, do we want to throw good money after bad? It's, fool me once, shame on me. Or shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I think this is almost like fool me twice, right? Now, if you think about it, if Proposition H expires in 2.5 years, there is a 0.25 percentage point available for sales tax. If the city would grab that, we would get $5.5 million that we could use to sustain some of our homeless activities. For me, that seems to be a much more reasonable position, because I do not trust that this money actually would be utilized as it being sold, because that didn't happen with Proposition H, not at all. And I don't think the county is capable, because it's so large and it's so hard to control for the supervisors, right? So I have no confidence that this will work. I think it would be better for us to put a measure on the ballot in 2026 that we basically said that whenever there is a sales tax opportunity open up of a 0.25 cent, we will adopt that. There is a city who has those sort of resolutions. They just sits and wait, and when something expires, that kicks in. That can be written that way. So we could do that, and then we will secure $5.5 million to our activities guaranteed. So I am greatly disappointed in how United Way handled this and how they more or less blew off the city delegation. There were several meetings. It's, yeah, you know, I don't trust that this, and I know you guys, you know, you see this as possible, but I wouldn't trust that the county actually will be able to produce what they say. So I'm a no vote.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Housing and homelessness continues to be a big issue for Culver City and the region. We've come a far way, and I'm grateful for all the work that's been done. But there's so much work that needs to be done. We're still in phase one of umpteen phases, and we have to keep up the work, or else we'll end up at the beginning, back where we started. And this is in Culver City. This is for the entire county. 69% of people supported Measure H. Was it perfect? No. Did it work on many levels? Yes. Did more people fall into homelessness than people who received housing? Yes. But it did prevent more than 30,000 people from falling into homelessness, and it placed more than 100,000 people in permanent housing. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. And that's key for me. So what were the key lessons learned, and how are they being addressed? I've attended a lot of meetings in the past few months throughout the region, and the two biggest complaints I hear are it's taking too long and people need more than just housing. And regarding the former, this ise is decades in the making, and it's going to take some time to get out of. And as for the latter, Measure H provides more mental health care, and addiction treatment, in addition to creating more affordable housing, helping prevent low-income renters from falling into homelessness. Prevention is key, and requiring funding recipients to achieve specific outcomes that will be tracked through audits. So more accountability and KPIs are essential. So I'm definitely on that train for sure. You know, as an aside about accountability and funding, we fund a lot of departments without the strict accountability that many people are expecting with homelessness. Many members of the public don't demand to see the correlation between funding and outcomes on other departments on an annual basis like they do for homelessness. So all I'm saying is that we should expect the same kind of scrutiny for all departments. This issue is decades in the making, and it's going to take some time to get out of. So like last meeting, I forgot which council member said it, but you know, following the guidance of Supervisor Mitchell, who has endorsed Measure A, you know, I support this. This is an investment. I think we need to invest in the people in our community. because the alternative is too bleak. It would be detrimental to cut off funding when so many people and programs depend on this money, and we can't go back to where we were. So, as I said, I do support this and support Measure A. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Shelley. So I agree with everyone. The county has failed us, a city that's performing above, from what I could see, all of its peers in terms of measurables and KPI and leading with care and housing folks in our city. And as Councilmember Erickson said, over 7 years, we've contributed $35 to $40 million and received from Measure H, I think less than $400,000. And that, that's like 1.5% of what we've contributed. And when we say contributed, just so the public's clear, we're not paying into it out of our general fund. It's the community through sales tax. So we're being levied that. At the same time, I think we can do both what Councilmember Erickson says and consider a $0.25 of our own that we have full control over in 26 if Measure A does not pass. But everything I'm hearing is that it's going to pass pretty easily, and that I want to be on the winning side of that. And I've personally been working along with staff, communicating with Supervisor Mitchell's office, had a call with leadership at United Way today. While there's no guarantees, and there's a lot of cynicism over whether or not, and justified cynicism, over whether or not we can get more money than the $330,000 that is tied to a measurable, our pick count numbers. I was also told that there is a subjective measure in this as well, and it's by the grace of whomever. I hear there's going to be a committee that decides where funding is going to go. Supervisor Mitchell's office obviously will have say, and I'm going to keep fighting for us to receive this because we have to. And if the county's real about this, they need to reward cities that are doing it right. Otherwise, why do it? And especially with grants passed being overturned, cities will, if they're not going to get assistance in doing this, they're going to start peeling off. Now, I don't think that that's in the cards for Culver City because we know it works. But if they're genuine in their desire to make a difference countywide, then they need to acknowledge the city that's doing it better than anyone else. And I'm going to keep pushing that message. And I support, I'm backing Measure A. And it's, it's on faith, unearned faith, that's grace, right? And just a lot of pressure. I'm going to keep pressuring folks, and I hope my colleagues do the same. And that way we can keep doing this and keep our general fund intact. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for the staff report. Thank you to our community. I definitely wholeheartedly support Measure A. We are a resource-rich city with a severe jobs to homes imbalance. We are also a part of this Southern California region. So what happens on the west side, Source Spot 5, impacts the other spas and other regions of our community. If this does not pass, there will be an impact on us in Culver City and severe costs to the loss of beds and investments that have been made as a result of the Measure H funds. So while we might not be very excited as a collective that we don't receive apples to apples of the sales tax, we will feel that regionally and also in our community if that fails. We'll see it as we traverse our region. So I really implore folks to continue to lock arms in this crisis and ensure that we are allocating resources and supporting our neighbors, our veterans, our domestic violence survivors, our children. So many LAUSD babies are housing insecure, and countless other neighbors who are, many people are just a $500 to $1,000 crisis away from experiencing homelessness insecurity or housing insecurity. I always like to elevate that because it can happen to anyone. Many folks are not, many folks are just working families, and we want to make sure that we are doing all we can to invest in safety for our neighbors. So I support this. I don't know if there has been a motion made on this with direction. Okay.
It's okay.
Sure.
I would like to kind of put an addendum on the motion, and just, I would like some language, in support of with a request, this needs to be wordsmith, but a request that the county and
How about urge the county?
Urge the county to fund cities who show key performance in the metrics that improve the lives of the unhoused.
So a letter is being prepared for the county now? I thought this was for the West
Or-
Side COG.
I'm sorry, well, the directions to it's for the West Side COG, but the direction is to the county.
Mayor, it can be used both for the West Side COG and as the position of this body as well.
Sure. I mean, that would be up to the committee, once it would be passed, to decide that, right? So I'm fine with that.
I mean, this is just a statement. This has no teeth, so.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a statement we want to make sure. But I do think that clarity, if I can, I think there should be specificity that we support Measure A. And if we're urging or requesting or whatever, I think that should be like in the second half. So I do want to make sure that it's not hinging upon, our support is not hinging upon the second piece. Thank you.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, sorry, I just had to add everything. Direction to urge. So I believe I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Councilmember Vera to adopt a support position on Measure A and to urge the county to fund cities who show key performance in the metrics that improve the lives of the unhoused.
Yes.
Thank you. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember Erickson.
But I want to make clear I'm going to carry the majority's message to the West Side COG, so don't worry. I might even argue for it.
All right, we're going to move on to A6. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, A6, this is regarding the designation of the city's voting delegate and up to 2 alternate delegates for the 2024 League of California Cities Annual Conference, and if desired, consider a position on the League of California Cities resolution on fair and equal treatment of all governmental officials at all levels, submitted by the city of Glendora and signed on by several other cities. In your agenda packet, you will find the League of California Cities 2024 resolution packet. It includes the proposed resolution and the supporting letters that I mentioned and an analysis. The resolution process for the league involves multiple committees and public comment periods. The annual conference will be held in Long Beach this year from October 16th through 18th. A part of the 2024 annual conference is the annual business meeting during the General Assembly, which is scheduled for Friday, October 18th. During the General Assembly, voting delegates typically debate and consider general and petitioned resolutions forwarded by the Resolutions Committee. If desired, the City Council can designate the city's voting delegate and up to 2 alternates and offer a position on the resolution that is being proposed. And I'll read that. So proposed by the City of Glendora, the resolution on fair and equal treatment calls for laws affecting local officials to also apply to state officials, ensuring equal treatment. The resolution requests the League to call upon the Governor of the State of California and the elected members of the California Legislature, including all members of the Senate and Assembly, to adopt the following policy. Quote, the California State Legislature shall not enact and the governor shall not sign into law any law or regulation that applies solely to elected officials of California cities and counties unless such law or regulation also applies equally to members of the California State Assembly and Senate. This prohibition shall not apply to laws or regulations affecting the inherent powers of the legislative branch under the California Constitution. So at this time, if any of the council members want to mention their interest in attending the conference, we can have you discuss that now, and also a position on this statement. There's no fiscal impact to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Are there any comments from the public? Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Vera.
I have no really comments on it. I'll support it. I definitely don't have the bandwidth to go. I think the vice mayor and the mayor are the voting delegates. Outside of that, I have no other questions or comments, so I'll support it. And I think we already have the vice mayor and mayor, correct? Yep. Thank you.
So you support the Glendora position? Yes. Councilmember Erickson.
So did I understand that right, that the vice mayor is going and the mayor is going?
What are the dates are the 16th? It overlaps October 16th, right?
16th.
Yeah, I have a work trip, so
16, 17, and 18.
I will be flying out on the 16th and returning on the 19th for my day job with Children's Defense Fund, so I will not be here and I will not be in Long Beach because
Okay.
I will be somewhere for work.
So then I suggest that we make the vice mayor the voting delegate. And then, Councilman Pusa, are you going?
I wasn't planning, but I am available.
It's just Long Beach.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so you drive there in the morning, drive home in the evening. I preliminary actually planning on going.
Do you want to go?
You drive there, and, yeah, well, all of us can go. That's, you can be there even if you're not a voting delegate. There's a lot of seminars and presentations and stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to go.
So then, I guess the motion would be that, the first portion would be that Vice Mayor is our voting delegate, and then Pusa and Eriksson are alternate in that order. That's the first motion, if I make that.
Does anyone else have any comments on that?
No comment. I support the resolution as well.
Yeah, so
I think
that's
we're
the
just
second
doing the
motion.
first one for now. Freddie, Councilmember Huza? Any comments?
No.
Okay.
No.
Cool. So we're just doing the first with the delegates, correct? City Clerk, do you have that motion?
Okay. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Councilmember Vera, and that's to designate the voting delegate to be Vice Mayor O'Brien and alternate delegates to be council members Pusa and Erickson.
What are the hours again? Do you know what the hours are?
Yeah, it usually starts 8 to 5.
Okay,
On
'cause we
all
have a-
days except Friday. Then everyone is, it's for the whole state. So half of the people have flights, and they have booked their flights to around 1 and 2 in the afternoon. So everyone wants to get out there by lunch on Friday. Yeah.
Got it. We have
When is the voting?
It's on Friday.
morning.
Friday.
I'm going Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday morning is the voting.
Okay.
Conference is Wednesday, Thursday, and then, yeah, all the
On Wednesday,
procedures.
we have a mobility subcommittee.
I know.
Okay,
I'm only going on Friday.
got it. Thank you.
Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
And I'll make sure everybody's registered for that day. Are you going, or
Yeah.
I'll follow up with you. Thanks.
And then a second motion would be that our delegate should support resolution number 1. And I think it's important also to give support resolution 1, even if amended, because there might be amendments that get pushed on the floor. So that would be to give our voting delegates some leeway to actually make a decision if it is amended.
I have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. Members have voted. The motion passes, 3 ayes. And there were 2 abstain, Mayor McMorrin and Councilmember Pusa.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to public comment for items not on the agenda. How many speakers do we have?
5.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and call all speakers. We have Haifa Momar, Hala K, Denise Neal, Hung Nigayam Elbeck, and Rida Hamida. Our first speaker is Haifa Momar. Okay. And then Hala K. Not seeing them online or in council chambers. Our next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening once more, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community at large. I am inquiring about the progress of some of the things that I learned about in a meeting tonight, a separate meeting. And I'm concerned that the Vets and Bots Parks projects have been shelved or temporarily tabled. I'm not sure what term is being used. I'd like to know if they can be revived for our preparation for the major sports events coming up, especially the Olympics, but FIFA first. And then we have NBA All-Star, Super Bowl, Olympics, and Paralympics. We desperately need to monetize these events so we can build our finances and avoid our foreseen budget deficit. We don't want to fall into a crisis. And I feel that we need to probably reconsider and reapportion some of our budget for preparation to actually grow the funds we need to get ourselves back in the black. So I don't know who to talk to, but I would like to speak to the Ad hoc Olympics Committee and whoever I need to talk to for the parks. I'm not sure who else I need to speak to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Neal, I'm sorry. Ms. Neal, I'll talk to you after. I'll talk to you after.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman O'Brien.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hung Nagayam Elbeck.
And also, Ms. Neal, we're having a Parks Plan meeting, I think, later on today, because it's the next day already, in Culver West. So there's information on the Culver City community calendar for the Parks Plan, so I'm sure staff could answer more questions also. It's public. I probably should have made it a part of my comments, but anyway.
Thank you. Hung, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
This is Hung Niem Albeck. I would like the city to amend the declaration of October 23rd, 2023, where they stand with one group and not promoting peace for another. I would also like to see a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. I just wanted to express how disappointed I am in some of the comments today. How can a Culver City council member be so dismissive and disrespectful of the history of our indigenous people? And we have a very violent, painful history with our Native Americans. Listening to one of you speak just now reminds me of the presidential debate and leads me to believe that people in the city or this room also believe and support xenophobic comments like those referring to, do people in Culver City actually, are there immigrants in Culver City that eat cats and dogs? I'd like to ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Raida Hamida.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Raida Hamida. I'm here on behalf of the Culver City Coalition for Peace, and I wanted to follow up with you, especially Councilmember Vera. Last meeting, you were not here, and unfortunately, we didn't have 3 nodding heads for the direction from council to provide Iraq with the guidance on instilling, like in our last meeting, September 17th, a forum that would hold space for community members that are concerned about a lack of representation here in this council on calling for a ceasefire and hearing all sides, but also asking Iraq to not just hold the space, but potentially one of the outcomes is that a ceasefire resolution would be presented and recommended to the council. I took direction from you, council members, to you because originally I wasn't inclined to go that route. And we had a positive experience with Iraq, and I just want to thank Iraq's committee members for being responsive and empathetic. But tonight, I want to ask for 3 council members to give directions to the city staff to have ERAC present in their next meeting, which is on October 22nd, for them to hold not only a meeting for November, but also one of the outcomes could be a ceasefire resolution for all of us to be heard and to heal. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Items for members. Councilmember Vera.
Nothing, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Puzo.
Women account for 85% of victims of domestic violence, and men account for 15%. And next month is Domestic Violence Month. So I'd like to get nodding heads to agendize a domestic violence response team and awareness program that would work with the mobile crisis team. I spoke with Dr. Dan and Dr. Nicole, who are interested in expanding it. It would be housed within that, within the mobile crisis department, or within the team.
Did they already have they don't have the capabilities of that?
No, that they said that they would. They're interested in it, they want to expand it, and they think that they have the resources to do it, but they need, in order to move forward.
Okay.
More staffing.
I'm-
That's ridiculous.
So I saw nodding heads from Councilmember Puza, Mayor McMorrin, and who else? Vice Mayor O'Brien. Thank you.
Also, there was a small business grant. There was a small business grant program during COVID that was funded, but that money is no longer available. I was talking to economic development, and I think it'd be important to continue this program in some capacity, but they need nodding heads to agendize. It would be a pilot microgrant program, incubator for startups and new small businesses. It would be similar to the Sustainable Business Certification Program. Again, they need to move forward, they need nodding heads, and it'd be a possible partnership with the U.S. Economic Development Administration.
I'm sorry, can I get verbal?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's 3 nodding heads from Councilmember Puza, Councilmember Vera, and Mayor McMorrin.
And I just wanted to say that the interfaith conversations will be coming back at the October 14th meeting. I'm very excited for that to come back. So that dialogue, I think, is very important for the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to word this carefully to get it with the most likelihood of support. I'm looking for nodding heads to direct the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee to bring up at their next meeting the establishment of a forum, moderated public forum, to help, I'm using words from the public today, to help foster peace and dialogue in a safe space regarding the conflict in Israel and Gaza. And whatever the outcome is, and that is as open as it needs to be.
I just want to, because we did agendize earlier this year interfaith, and it has taken a long time to come back, and it is on the agenda for the 14th. If we're able to, I just, I question, and again, I have a lot of respect for staff and the turnaround time for things, but I just really question the timing and how quickly we can turn around for some things and potentially not others. So, I even wonder if we might have maybe gotten to the interfaith a little sooner, from January until maybe even spring or summer, how the climate today might have been different. So I just, I don't know what the workload of staff is or if they're even able to turn this around. But again, I just want to elevate that because I have been asking when that's going to come back. I've been working with the equity subcommittee and kind of trying to follow the proper channels to ensure that our community feels supported. So it's, I just want to elevate that for the public knowledge that I've been trying to ensure that this conversation could be fostered in a really intentional way. So it would be interesting if this was able to be accommodated very quickly, to just kind of elevate that in the space. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Your Honor, and Council Member, thank you.
I have a question to the Vice Mayor. You ended your description of this dialogue with, and the outcome is open to anything? What do you mean?
There's going to be
Open to a ceasefire resolution suggestion?
There's going to be two different, stop me if I'm going too far. My intention is to have two different communities equally represented in this community that are struggling over this issue, this tragic issue in Israel and Gaza. And they are speaking in separate silos. And they need to be brought together to have a conversation. And what comes of it will be. But I think that there's going to be people with different opinions, and they're going to need to come together and have their conversations.
Vice Mayor, what I'm hearing is a space in Iraq where you can foster safe communication and dialogue.
Moderated.
And how's this different from what would happen in the interfaith committee?
I don't know. That hasn't been defined. But this is surrounding a very specific issue.
I was disappointed in what Iraq suggested on earlier item, and so I'm not, I don't want to leave anything open-ended like your suggestion, so I would be a no on that one.
I'm waiting for a vocal, yes, I'd like to discuss that, agendize it.
I'd be willing to send it to Iraq for conversation, but I don't want to determine what Iraq should or shouldn't do. I'm just wanting
Okay,
to
so
have
you're
a
not saying yes.
conversation as we go forward.
Okay, so I've got
what
two
I said.
nodding heads, waiting for a third. Don't have one. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. The last thing, I just, the city manager and I, along with several other city mayors and some city managers as well convenes in Inglewood with the Inglewood mayor and their city manager as well to discuss potential opportunities for surrounding cities to benefit from some of the engagements and entertainment areas and things that are coming to Inglewood, and sort of he left it out to us to bring back to our councils to discuss what we might want to receive in terms of community benefits, whether it's talking about our small businesses, our education, PTAs. They left it kind of open-ended in terms of what's possible. There is going to be, I think, some more follow-up from them, but we were encouraged to think big in terms of what community benefits we might be seeking from Culver City. And that conversation, not to get too far into the weeds, but of course, shuttles, and this is something that I've spoken with them about in the past, but shuttles were brought up as something that we could potentially offer from Culver City to Inglewood as folks attend the various sporting engagements, shows, concerts, et cetera, but that is not the only opportunity. So I would really like for us to agendize, hopefully this could be something, again, I don't want to put too much on staff in coming back, or potentially, I don't know how frequently the subcommittee that deals with these kind of issues meets, but I don't want to lose the opportunity to give them very specific feedback on what we would like for our community to benefit from, especially knowing that so much is on the horizon in terms of expansion of Inglewood and the area of entertainment, and a lot is happening in the region in the next few years. So I'm hoping that we can have some nodding heads to have a conversation about specific requests for community benefits, because I think that is, or was given to us as a real possibility, as something that we could take advantage of as Culver City. So hopefully we can discuss that.
Again, can I get a vocal nod? I'm seeing a yes from Councilmember Puza, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and Mayor McMorrin.
Okay, are there any requests to adjourn in memory, or just to adjourn? Can we have a request to adjourn so we can formally close out and folks can ask their questions?
Can I get a verbal, excuse me, please. Can I get a vocal motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. And a
Second.
second? Thank you. I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Goodness, sorry, it's not working. A second by Council Member Vera to adjourn. Please vote. All members have voted. The time is 12:34, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.